Oh dear. Oh dear. I've gone and cocked it up, haven't I? Well, we should have established a button for this, shouldn't we? Oh, this is going to be the stream for the most part. That's me ducking down by the table side. Hello. Sorry, I haven't done this before, in case that wasn't wildly apparent. This is a brand new setup for a brand new day, and we're going to do some different stuff today. I know usually I am a gaming streamer, and you get to watch me play the video games. But if I'm being frank, I was getting to a point. I don't know. I kind of felt like I'm building things. I'm building cities in my video games. I'm playing Fallout and I'm building settlements. And I just kind of felt like, well, these will never be seen by anybody. And when the data files are deleted, will be gone and have no consequence. And I hadn't done anything creative in a while. And so I just sort of started to, if I'm not working on some sort of creative project or doing something weird like that, I eventually just start to feel sort of hopeless. And that's not good. So I was in a state where I was like, you know what, I need to do something different. I need to make some changes. So instead of playing video games today, I thought it might be fun to do something a bit more artistic and maybe create something lasting and permanent in the world. So I broke out this lovely wood burning kit that my mom got me for my birthday. And it comes with a whole bunch of different heads on it. And then this is my little wood burner here. And it has an on-off switch and actually an adjustable temperature gauge, which I think is kind of cool. I didn't know that it had this gauge until I looked in the instruction manual, but sure enough, you actually have the ability to turn a little dial here, a barely visible dial, and adjust your temperature, which I suppose will come in handy at some point. I'm going to draw some things onto the boards with pencil, and then once I have finished with that, I'm going to use my my wood burning kit to do something that's a little bit more permanent. But I haven't flipped the switch yet because I don't want this to be scalding hot. I want this to sit quietly right there, not causing any trouble whatsoever, whilst I do some illustration. And for that, the kit has included this bizarre set of colored pencils. And I'm not sure why they would give you colored pencils, because it's wood burning, isn't it? You can't really do different colors unless you've got some weird chemical treated board, in which case, God help you, you're probably breathing fumes or something. But I don't know, we'll figure it out together. The point is, I have things with which to draw and perhaps to differentiate depths of burning, or maybe the type of tip that I use when burning. Might draw in blue for this type of tip, and red for that type of tip, and then I would end up with some sort of complex arrangement of things to use here. This also comes with, are those stamps? Yes, they are. Oh, let's have a look around in here. This is fun. There's some neat stuff in here. I'll show you what I've got. Although how one goes about organizing this after the fact is perhaps the greatest mystery of all, because this container here doesn't look as though it actually has a place to put any of these. So I don't want to rip through this. What I would prefer to do is loosen the staples on it, and then maybe I can slide. Well, I've just stabbed myself. That's a plus. Staples are not great. They're not a great method of putting things onto other things. Start the stream out by stabbing yourself. That's a plus. There we go. Get that loose. Get that loose. And then get this one loose. There, good. Okay. And I only cut myself twice. So let's take this right off of here. Lose a piece of it immediately. Marvel at the brilliance of the design of this packaging. And the staples are still there, just waiting to stab me. This whole tray here is in there good, so I can take that out. There we go. There's my tray full of precious pieces. So, let's have a look at said precious pieces. Do they come out? Yes, they do. Albeit not easily. Is there plastic over them as well? Oh, I see people with double layers. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, well, there you go. That's how you contain them. The rest of this is just crap and I can throw it out. These guys stick around. Okay. So have a look at this guy. That right there is a hefty boy. You can see it's got a wide tip on it. And the actual end of the thing is pretty slim. It's a wedge shape. And it will get the job done. If indeed you need a job done. This is it's the weirdest camera angle. I could put them up here, but that doesn't really show you much, does it? Oh, I suppose it does. Good enough. In any case, I have different variable sizes with different wedges cut into them for different patterns. Look at this one. This is weird. There's like a little clover leaf at the end there. Like an umbrella. An Umbrella Corp logo is there for me. So that's fun. And then these little guys, these silver ones, are quite literally stamps. Boy, oh boy, that's hard to focus on. But it's like a little clover leaf. There's a heart. There's a square, a diamond. And then for reasons which are beyond my understanding, what is this? What shape is that? It looks like a seal balancing a ball on its nose, or maybe a dolphin. I don't know what that shape is. I don't know what purpose one would employ that for. I have a feeling these stamps here, not going to use them at all. At all. What I think I will use is the tip that's already in there. And then probably some of these sharp, thin looking guys. Because I can get a nice plain line with those. Sometimes you don't want a thicker piece. Sometimes you want just a very thin edge to draw with. So I guess we'll see where the day takes us. And where on earth does this guy go? And to what? To what purpose? Let's try undoing this thing. Undoing that. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so there's oodles of stuff in here. This is plastic? Looks like a plastic piece in there. Is that going to catch fire when I turn this thing on? Or melt or something? No. Might be ceramic. Maybe it's some sort of insulation. I don't know. I think maybe it might be time to whip out those directions. And actually read them so as to not set myself on fire. So, when you take it apart, it has pictures of a lot of things. Many, many things. It does not have a picture of a plastic thing. So this this thing that runs up the center of the device and goes all the way down here just doesn't appear to actually... It's not removable, it is slightly twistable. And I can hear it going through the core of the whole device. So I probably don't want to mess with that. Seems like a bad idea to play around with that. This seems as though it's meant to stay on that metal shaft in one way or another. And then this guy went onto the tip with, I guess you drop that in here. Oops. I say again, you drop that in here, and then you... Well, I might be in trouble. Hang on just a second as well. I've just remembered. You're stuck on emote-only chat. You can't even type. What a professional stream this must appear to be to all of you.
Breathe in.
Great. Emote-only chat is off. I say again, emote-only chat is what? Now it's on again? No, I want it off. Reload this page. There it is. Nordic Lager. Disabled emote-only chat for this room. There, you should be able to talk now if you want to. Sorry about that. Got a little weird for a second there. If you want to say hi, you can. If you don't, I understand. This piece was free floating with the packaging, so it looks like this is it. And I put that on and I tighten that down. But if I don't want that head on there, I can take this head out, replace it with this one, and then screw on the top that I want. So this one. Screw that in there. Do I then put this... Oh, that won't go over there, so I have to unscrew this. I have to put that on there, screw it down, and then I have to find that piece that I just dropped onto the floor. And then I have to stick that into the end and then screw it down. Okay, so if I want interchangeable heads, I need to have a very specific rod going inside of here. If I don't want interchangeable heads, this is the rod that goes in there. But I do want interchangeable heads, particularly because there's not just one, there are in fact two heads that look almost identical to this completely non-changeable boring one. So it stands to reason that what I in fact want is this interchangeable bit here. It just makes sense. So that's the plan. Move the chair closer, lean over here, and I should be able to work right here in this space where it's most visible to you. So I think that's probably the way I'm going to do it. So we will take these guys off entirely. I don't need them. Put them down there. Take this label, put that there. Get these things out of the way. I want as few things in the way of my flaming implement as possible. Would be the goal for today, I think. And I'll have this little guy right here, so I can easily set it there. Now, before I even get started with any of that, I want to draw something. So, what should we draw? And this is where I'm open to a suggestion. I absolutely want to keep things in a Norse theme or in a Narcloft and Indigo theme, because they are Norse people. But that is my only request. I am otherwise open to suggestion. What if I get rid of that one and I just have this tablet right here? That gives me, the table's a little wobbly. I don't want to put too much weight on it. This is an old drafting table that belonged to Indigo's father, and he gave it to her because he's very supportive of her artistic ventures. I also had a crazy idea. Because this table's adjustable, rather than having it slanted the way I currently have it. Well, we could do that. That's one thing that could happen. It's one possible outcome. Is that the me camera could fall off of the table. And it could go flying in other directions and nearly break. That's a fine option. I'll take it. Hang on just a second, guys. I'm sorry. That didn't go very well. Say that went kind of poorly. Disaster Vash. Hey, how you doing? Make a giant Minnesota Vikings V logo. Well, I believe that is Norse themed, but I feel like that's also like a what's the word I'm looking for? Registered trademark. So I think I'm gonna skip that one. Could you straighten out just a little bit? There we go. I don't want to look slanty. I want to look. There we go. All right, that'll do. Okay, sorry about that. I was just trying to straighten the table out a little bit to get myself situated here, and I think that'll work a lot better. Would you not agree that that's a better situation? Okay, so I think what I will do for right now is I'll make a little Narcloft, and that involves a big circular head. Draw Yggdrasil? Yeah, alright, we'll do that. We'll draw Yggdrasil. Let's see here. Vertical this way, I think. I don't know. Other side? Nah, too naughty. Narcloft climbing Yggdrasil. Disrespectful. No. I'd be Narcloft would be hanging out in Midgard, doing what Narcloft do, or attacking it. No, never. We would never try to cut down the world tree. Yggdrasil is well, it's where the planes of existence are united. I'd be hacking apart everything. I'd also never succeed, and I'd probably be what's the word? Smote for such a thing. Maybe hanging a hammock on Yggdrasil. That's fucking adorable. Yggdrasil's pretty goddamn big, though. I think what we'll do is we'll start with well, there are 9 planes, so we'll do a line from the top here going down to the bottom. It's not a particularly straight line, and it's not a particularly dark line. We'll do it again. And again. And again. There we are. Okay, so Yggdrasil is an ash tree. That is specific. What does an ash look like? An ash tree. Images. Oh, wow, okay. Big, tall, wide. So, sloping out towards the base. And then nice big gnarly roots here. And then other one down here, I think. Good. All right. Now, a nice stout tree with. I don't like you're doing that. Don't look like you're gonna fall, please. Just stay where you are. Good God, camera. Last thing I need is for you to just dump it over and over again. Here, that would be a bad time. And then the branches seem to come out like so. More tree trunk. Other branch up here, I think. Other branch up here. More trunk up here. Well, we've just made our Yggdrasil too big. That's our problem. We made it entirely too large. I might have to switch. You can't really see that at all, can ya?
I just happened to look behind us and something is there.
Wow, hey, just got Boss Hoss 00312 Army has followed. Sorry, I was misreading the thing. Thanks for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. Looks like a wacky, wavy, inflatable arming waving tube man. That was intentional. That was the dream. The goal of the entire thing all along was to create a wacky arm flailing inflatable tube man. Haas, where are you from? Why is this called heavily modded nonsense? It's not supposed to be. Streamlabs, I'm really starting to get frustrated. Yes, that is from the Fallout playthrough. Streamlabs, I name a stream something, I say that I'm in the art category, and you don't actually post those things to my channel, and I find that a little frustrating. Like, I did kind of, what's the word, build my entire platform of streaming around you. So I don't know, kind of like for you to actually work. That would be really, really cool. I'm going to go ahead and change the title of the stream from Heavily Modded Nonsense to Wood Burning and Old Norse Legends. There we go. Okay, that should work a little bit better. Can you actually even see the thing that I'm drawing at this point? Like, you just see like wavy green lines. I'm gonna do some substantially darker lines here, and I'm gonna take on a much sketchier style. As in, I'm going to become very sketchy. There that's a little, there you go, that's a little darker. Now you can actually see what we're doing here. Now the trunk of the tree, I do want to widen, but I don't want it to widen that much. I don't know about there. There we go. Now we'll give it some nice big chunky roots. Some chunky roots. And then those roots will spread and grow outward from where they were. I saw the title for it a second, but it's Back to Heavily Mounted Nonsense. Is that just me? I don't know. Try reloading. Quit out and hop in and see if that fixes it, because that's weird, man. But I don't know. Is it working? Okay, cool. I just I don't know what to do with Streamlabs, man. The ironic part is that it only recently came out for Mac. It's been a PC exclusive app for quite some time, and the Mac version runs more stably. Figure that one out. Like, I don't know why that's a thing, but it is. So I've got my big crazy roots on the tree. They're branching out into different pieces here. And I want them to just kind of break down into little bits of twiggy little guys here into nothing eventually. They're just little tiny guys. Mine says heavy burning legends of nonsense. Yes, 100% PG stream rating. Parental guidance is suggested for all of my streams. If you think that your child can handle the magnificence that is Norse mythology and illustration, then share with them kids. Let them kids grow and develop into cool kids. Haas, not hearing anything from you. Conspicuously quiet over there. What's going on? Anything interesting? Would you like to know why I'm inquiring so heavily about Haas, given the fact that they just subscribed and haven't said anything to me? I'll give you a hint. They're not real. Haas, with lots of numbers and words like army, are actually code. It's part of the hate raid group. So that person who just followed me is actually a hate raider, and they'll try to weevil in as best they can over the course of time, and I'll go back and I'll weed them out. Guy knows them all too, but yeah, it is a huge phenomenon on Twitch right now. Hey Jeffrey, anytime you want to actually try to help this platform, help people, the people who are making you rich, just let me know. I know it's much more fun getting on a rocket, but that's one of the things I was going to mention on this stream. Actually, is that I think that the hate raids are part of a large mental health epidemic that we're dealing with in our country. It's the reverse side of the mental health epidemic. We have an awful lot of people who are under a lot of stress, and they are having a bad time right now, and that's understandable. It's been a rough year and a half. Everybody's very stressed, and I get that. There are people who deal with that problem this way. There are people who deal with it that way. There's everybody responds differently to those sorts of stressors. What I have noticed is that there is a large quotient of people who respond to it by trying to take good care of themselves and trying to take good care of others. and I think those people are fantastic. They're working very hard and trying to be kind and supportive and wonderful to other people. And then there are other people who aren't doing so well and have apparently decided that the idea that they aren't doing so well is somehow offensive. And so rather than actually, getting help or acknowledging that they even need help, they are taking their problems out on people. And I think, the hate rates, it's mostly bots. Most of them aren't real accounts. But those bots have to be run by somebody, And I think that there are people out there who are just very angry, who are very upset about stuff, and they're not dealing with that anger or that frustration, and instead they're just going out and being cruel to people. So if I were to get hate rated, because I do stream under the ally tag, and it is, more likely to be hate rated if you like supporting other people's rights. If that happens, I'm not going to shut off the stream. I will keep going while that's happening, and I will ban every single one of them that I have to, for however long that takes. Because I'm not going to be intimidated off of doing something that I like. This stream is about my mental health. I was talking to Indigo last night before we went to bed, and I said, I feel very hollow about video games right now. They aren't rewarding me in the way that I want them to. I'm playing through, and this is not trash talking video games. I fucking love video games. I play video games all the time. But right now, I'm just not feeling like I'm getting much out of playing them. My copy of Valheim, like, what is, like, I go, oh yeah, I got it on a set of 5 discs. 5 floppy disks that I put in my computer. It's my copy. No, for some reason, Valheim on my computer keeps kind of crapping out on me. So it crashes now like multiple times if I'm just trying to play the game. So I kind of got to a point with Valheim where I was like, okay, well, I'm building this lovely mead hall, and I started farming pigs. I started cultivating the land. Started trying to grow some carrots and stuff like that. I was just trying to have some fun with Valheim, and it kept crashing. And I was like, well, this doesn't feel good. This feels crappy. I'm not having fun, so why am I doing this? I was playing Fallout 4 for a while. I was building settlements, and I installed a bunch of mods that let me build really big, wacky settlements. You can build higher, you can build more objects in the settlements, have higher population counts, and if you want to, you can build like a tree fort, and it's really cool. The problem is, it's a one-player game, and aside from occasionally going, "Hey, Indigo," and calling her into the room and showing her the thing that I made, no one's ever going to see them. They're just, they literally don't exist. And so I started to feel sad, because the things that I'm doing with my time are not permanent. And they're of no real world significance. And that's a bummer. So I said to myself, Selfa said, what is it that always makes you feel better? And the answer is expressing myself creatively. Since I was a kid, drawing, painting, sculpting, carving, all of those things have helped me feel better. Because I'm making something that I can share with the world. And ultimately, that's all I really want out of life, is to share my experience, my emotions, my perception of the world with other people, and feel understood. And so I said, I don't think I'd very much like to play video games on today's stream. I think what I would like to do is make some art. So the fact that I got followed by a hate raid account in the midst of that is sort of deliciously ironic to me. Because I know. I see you. I know what you're doing. I also know what I'm doing. What I'm doing is going to help me feel better. And in the end, creating and sharing perception with other people and making art that brings a smile to someone's face is going to make this world better. And I can't make a big dent, but I am going to make a dent. That's what I'm doing. So if what you're doing is creating strife for others, causing problems and hurt for other people, and that's your way of making your mark on the world, you go ahead. Just, I don't think that's really what you want to do with your life, you know? So my recommendation is to find a better outlet for it. You really need to take care of yourself, and you need to take care of other people. This tree is really starting to come together. That's starting to look like a legit tree right there. I'm kind of thrilled with my all the little, reminds me of the fjords in Norway. All the little fiddly bits on the edges. I think it's coming along quite nice. And I feel better. I feel better too. This must be the thing about Bob Ross that everybody loves so much, is that he's just a guy. He's just doing what he does that makes him happy, and you can take on that soft tone if you want to. You can talk in Bob Ross sort of a tone. Just keep it down here. Keep it low. And I don't know if I can keep that up for very long, but it sure is. Well, it's an experience. It's fun, that's for sure. Oh my goodness. So at some point or another, I'm gonna have to decide. We're gonna have, this is just the tree. I'm doing the actual wood of the tree, but at some point or another, we're gonna have to decide where things come up over that, like where fluffy branches are and so forth, where all the leaves are. Just good Bob Ross vibes, man. That's what I'm going for. This camera just keeps turning and turning. I need to tighten you down, don't I? Yes, I do. No, you're behaving a little badly, mister. Let's go ahead and see if we can't. Oh, that's just not locked at all. Let's tighten that up. Yes, sir. Tighten that up. Aim that. And there, that should be. It was slowly going like turning on me over the course of time. I realized the whole thing, it's all set to loose, to flexible, so that I could move it around and get it into position, and I never actually locked it in place there. So that's my fault. Let's see here. I want another branch on this side, but I don't want it to be perfectly symmetrical. I want it to kind of not match a little bit, So what I'm thinking is, the branch wouldn't start from down here. What I think I'll do, I'll have another branch that actually looks like maybe it was a little bit damaged. Like it was going to go up. It was coming up out of here. But then something happened. And it got a little wonked out. Like a bad knee. Put that one down there. There we go. I want it to not match. We're going to put a knot in it. Oh boy, Disaster Bash. I am glad to have you in here at least talking. I don't know as I approve of the things you're saying, but I definitely appreciate the company. You freaking weirdo. And I'm going to have a little something coming out back here. It's going to be an extra branch. this guy comes down here and then turns himself back up. I haven't sketched, just sketched in so long. I'm always drawing on digital. I'm using my iPad Pro and my Apple Pencil, and I'm always trying to make the lines come out clean and smooth. And I realize with this thing, it doesn't really matter, because it's the bottom. It's gonna get worked over with wood burning anyway, and then I'm just gonna go over the whole thing with a big eraser and clean it up. So who cares, you know? So it feels a lot more relaxed, which I like. Okay, so I did that. Now I'm gonna do some green. Are you seeing that? I don't know if you are. Yeah, you can't really make that out at all, can you? No, I'll switch to a different color. That green is not strong enough. Use this. This is a real dark green. See if that works. Oh boy, well I broke the tip right off. Pressing too hard. That'll teach me. So I got this. Oh, look at, yeah, that's a little bit more visible for you. Okay. Let's see how this comes along. There we go. So I'll get into a little bit of history about the world tree soon, because the world tree Yggdrasil is like a big central post on which several worlds exist. There are in total supposed to be 9 realms, one of which is ours, and that would be Midgard. And a lot of people say Midgard, and that's fine. Midgard is a modernization that fits better with our letters, but the actual rune used for Midgard looks much more like it's this symbol. I can't draw on that. I'll need an actual piece of paper. I got some graph paper here. Use that. So this here is the symbol in question. And then the one here, and the one there. So, looks kind of like a lowercase d with some fun lines, doesn't it? So people see people see people see that written. I think those look like D's, So Midgard. So they started calling it Midgard, but it's not. That symbol actually is pronounced th, not th. Th, as in I'm going with you, or there, over there, not as in Thor, or I can't stand the smell of shit. I was gonna say this, but that's a well, that's not a 1/16 note. You're full of beans. But you get the idea. There's Thor, and then there's I'd rather be sailing, and so there's a difference there, an important one. And so there's Midgard is the actual name of the plane of existence that we live on. Now there is also Asgard, that is the realm of the gods, and that is all the way up the top. There are other realms down towards the bottom that are substantially less pleasant, but not all terrible. A lot of people think of Helheim because of the word hell at the beginning of it. They think that it must be this awful place of fire and poison and all of that stuff. And in some ways, it is kind of dreadful. But I wouldn't call it like hell, not like the Christian concept of a burning underworld full of horrible demon creatures. That's more like Niflheim. Niflheim is where the dishonored dead go, and hell is just where the not honorable dead go. It's a little bit more like purgatory, except purgatory, the concept is that you're actually burning off your sins. These people didn't sin, they just didn't do anything particularly of note. And the idea in Old Norse mythology is that if you are indeed going to be celebrated after your death, you should have done something worthy of that celebration. I think in God of War, Helheim was actually cold and icy. Actually, Niflheim is usually cold and icy. There is an area of the fire giants, Surt's domain, that is fiery. But that most of Helheim is just supposed to be kind of dreary, I think. Now, there's certainly some imagery of poison. There's venom. Hell actually lives. Hel or Hela, depending on how you prefer to pronounce the name. Hela lives in a home where the halls are lined with serpents, poisonous serpents. So she just has those for wallpaper. She's a cool chick. Hraesvelg. Hraesvelg? What's Hraesvelg? That's one I don't know. You're gonna have to teach me some stuff. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 branches. I need a total of 9. So we need one down here. It's a giant bird that watches the souls of the dead cross a bridge. Interesting. I don't know that one. The only bird I know is Gulenkolm, the golden-combed rooster who crows for Ragnarok. There's another bird. Gulenkolm, I think Gulingolm. I can't remember the actual pronunciation, but it means golden comb, and I think he hangs out at the top of Yggdrasil and crows. When it's time for Ragnarok. He's not the only thing. Like, a lot of things make noise. Garm, the wolf, sits at the front of Nidra caverns and howls loudly several times to signify the beginning of the end. Helheim would be down here by the roots. But Niflheim would be down here in the earth. Beneath the roots. And then Midgard is going to be about here. And then there should be, let's see here. I'm gonna look it up. I want to get the exact names. Norse planes of existence. So, Yggdrasil and the 9 Norse worlds. Here we go. So obviously, up at the top, this is Asgard, up here. Then there is Alfheim. Alfheim is the home of the elves. And the elves are sort of light, tall, magical beings. Then there's Nidavellir, or Svartalfheim, the Wane of the Moon, and is the realm of the dwarves, the dark elves. They're craftspeople, but they're also considered to be a little bit on the creepy side. They're stingy, and they tend to bargain. There's Midgard. Then there's Jotunheim. Jotunheim is the homeland of the Jotnar, the Norse frost giants. I believe they specifically say there's one direction to Jotunheim. I'm trying to remember whether it's supposed to be to the east or to the west. Vanheim, little is known about Vanheim other than that it is the home of the Vanir, a group of gods associated with fertility, wisdom, and the ability to see the future. The Vanir are actually, some of them join with the Norse, or with the Asgardians. But I have got a little illustration here. There's Hel, there's Jotunheim. Oh, okay. That's interesting. The way that these are the way that this is drawn is not right. I don't like that at all. So Helheim and Niflheim are all down here towards the roots, but it's not exactly clear like where they, like it's not like a above or below situation. It actually appears to be sort of like there are some that are to the east and there are some that are to the west. Jotunheim, I remember specifically, is off in one direction. So I'm going to look here. It says Jotunheim is to the west. Muspelheim, it says, is to the east. So Muspelheim should be here and should be red. So I'm going to fill this in. This is, oops, that's Muspelheim there. Yeah, that makes sense that it would be up in the tree, because the dwarves would be living down in the earth. They tunnel, they dig. That's why the dwarves in Lord of the Rings are tunnelers, because they, Svartalfur, live in the mountains. So this is Muspelheim over here. Alfheim is nice. Alfheim is like a pleasant realm of good people with light magical powers and a relatively positive, upbeat society. So they're pretty chill. They're nice enough. They're not causing problems. Nidhogg is down in Niflheim, and it's chewing on the roots of... So, boy, I should have thought this out a little bit better before I started drawing all over it, huh? Well, again, it's all just going to get wiped away, and then I'm going to use the wood burning kit, so I guess that's neither here nor there. Asgard, obviously, up top. Vanaheim. Vanaheim, I want up here with the Azir, because they are rivals for a time and then friends. They war with each other, and actually, ironically, it looks like Vanaheim's about to win. And the old Norse gods had some hostages, and they negotiated a truce. And that is how some of the Vanir joined the Aesir, and the rest of them stayed peacefully in their realm. Now, off to the top right up here. I'm going to go ahead and make this one realm, I think is what I will do. There will be one up here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, there's not enough room on the damn page is the problem. That makes it a little tough. I need these guys up here. So this is up here. This has got to be Asgard at the top of the tree. Used to be a little bit bigger too, to make room for all them fancy gods hanging out up there. So this is, that's going to be Asgard. All up in there. I'll just cover that all in blue so I've got a clear picture in my mind of that's Asgard and that's where they live and everything's cool. Oh boy, I knew I had enough pencil here. Gonna have to get a sharpener for that. Okay, so I've got Asgard's up top. Now next to them, I want Vanheim and Alfheim. Next to them over here, I suppose, could be Muspelheim. But I don't think they share a direct border. I suppose what we could...
I just happened to look behind us and something is there.
See, look, Haas 00312, and then a whole bunch of lines. So again, it's just Haas 00312. They're just making, it's like a code that they're just following. I'm gonna get a whole bunch of new followers. I'm gonna go, yay! Look at me! I've got so many followers. And then a big bunch of mean bots are gonna come in here and try to make me feel bad, and I'm not falling for it. So we're gonna get to a point where I'm gonna have to go through and wipe all of those. But for the now, just looks like I have a bunch of followers, guys. So you're actually helping me, not hurting me. Let's see here. See, they put Muspelheim there. No, Svartalfheim is down here in the ground, and I have decided on that. Unquestionably, Niflheim, there's going to be Svartalfheim here. And then Jotunheim here. And then Helheim and Niflheim. Okay. That's my plan. Is that Muspelheim is here. I'm going to start writing things. Muspelheim. Muspelheim. And then Asgard. Vonheim. And I can't remember if that's Vanaheim. Vanaheim. And then, let's see here. This over here is going to be Alfheim. This is Midgard. This is Helheim. Oh, you've got the power. That's right, Vash. I forgot that you were a mod. Haas Army and Haas. You can actually do that. Thank you. I appreciate it, buddy. Let's see here. So I've got Alfheim, Muspelheim, Vardet. Hanknot, hey, how are ya? Good to see you, dude. We're doing a picture of Yggdrasil with all of the different realms around it. So Helheim down here, Jotunheim, Niflheim, and then over here is going to be Svartalfheim. Svartalfheim. I think that's all of them. So I can actually make it so that Vanaheim encircles the whole tree. That's what I'll do. Vanaheim is now here in this region. Okay. So Vanaheim, and then up here, all of this up here. All of this, these extra branches, all of that stuff, this is all Asgard. Asgard! Okay. So what I want to do is clearly accounts were created an hour ago and 8 minutes ago. Fantastic. I'm disappointed. But what are you going to do? They're too quick and they're too active and they're overwhelming everyone. Nobody knows what to do about it. We're just kind of stuck in this situation. We're all just trying to get by. But I want to do... I never knew how much I needed a pizza and a beer after a very, very long day at school. I can relate to that so hard. Sometimes beer and pizza are the only things that keep me going, man. So I will say... Asgard. Figured out only like IPAs if I'm dehydrated. I'll tell you what, man. I've gotten kind of bored of IPAs as of late, just in general. So I can totally dig that. This is going to be Vanheim. This is going to be Muspelheim. Alf. Heim. Midgard. And Kloftheim in the corner, consisting of a cabin and a small river. If my current reality is to be properly understood, I would have to suggest that perhaps Kloftheim is located somewhere in Helheim. Midgard is no longer a sufficient description for where it is that I live. Helheim. The 9.1 realms. You're not far off. You're not far off. Jotunheim. This is going to be the longest name in the entire bunch. I'm going to have to start all the way over here. Svart. Svart elf. Svart Elfheim. Good lord. Did you see the new God of War trailer? Oh, God, they're not doing another one in the Norse lands, are they? God. It makes me so angry. It's like they've just co-opted it for themselves. He's a character from Greek. He's supposed to be fight the Greek gods. Don't just insert him in it. What are you going to do? Like, God of War Jerusalem? where he just climbs up and beats the fuck out of Jesus. What are you doing, guys? Like, that's not a... This isn't a franchise anymore. It's a nightmare. Stop it. He just gets up there and he's like, and so I say, if your opponent strikes you, then turn the other cheek. And then he just shows up and he's like, and Jesus is like, oh, God, what are you doing? This isn't what I meant. Kratos, stop. How do you spell Niflheim? Yeah, there's no abbreviations or there's no it's just Nifl. Like you just kind of cram it together. You can cram it with walnuts, lady. It just what bothers me, I think, is the fact that if you look up like Norse mythology now, it's got Kratos in it. Like, there's pop culture takes one by one takes the things that I love away from me and changes them into its own thing for profit. And so I get very frustrated by the IPs taking over other IPs. Like, it's I don't know. It's just, can we do a game? Can it be Thor? Can we have a game where just hardcore Thor just beats up on bad guys like that? I'd be down for that. But no, it's Kratos. I don't get to choose that anymore. It bums me out. I'm going to turn on the raging hot iron here, and then I'm going to get myself a drink. Mm. 25,000 silver. Can I use it to have you cosplay as Kratos? No! No, I will not cut. First of all, I'd have to shave my head, and then Indigo would leave me. Because this hair is the glue that binds our relationship. No, I'm kidding. She loves me for who I am. But she definitely, genuinely loves my long hair. So, that ain't gonna happen. Secondly, I don't know if I can shout, boy, that many times. So, weirdly had more fun learning about laws within my future occupation than learning about how to use an oscilloscope. That is, I mean, maybe you should be in legal. I don't know. So the first things I'm going to try to burn into this are going to be the letters. And I'm going to start with Asgard. With the hair, I'd rather you cosplay as Aloy. Kraloy! Fantastic. With an axe and a weird triangle device stuck to the side of your face. Yeah, it's a strange little... Yeah, and the axe would have to have, like, stuck onto the bottom of it, like that weird little bit that she uses to hypnotize the robot dinosaurs. And then I would run up to a robotic Thor and take over his mind. And then I'd be like, "You work for me now." And then Thor would be like, and smash things. Those are my robot noises, in case you couldn't tell. So I'm going to level with you. I didn't actually test this thing. I don't feel any heat coming off of it. And then that makes me a little nervous. You start doing a wood burning stream and your wood burner's broken. That would be a bad time. I'm gonna give it a few. Oh, you know why it's not? Because I have the. God damn it! All right, hang on. Okay, so I have this power strip. Then the fish's bubbler and filter are attached to the power strip. So at the beginning of a stream, I kill the power strip so that the fish's tank isn't making noise. And at the end of the stream, I turn the power strip back on and it makes noise. And I plugged this into that power strip that I had turned off. And I was like, I switched on the wood burner, but I hadn't turned on the power strip. So that hold it close to your lips and feel if it's hot. Dear God. Sometimes I think you guys want me to hurt, like a lot. Well, I feel some anger. Like, what did I do to you, Hank Knot? Honknut? Your new name is Honknut. I've been soldering for 2 weeks straight, trust me. Okay. Well, as long as you know what you're doing, I believe every word of it. I turned the power strip on. Did I turn this on? Did I turn you on or off? Okay. There. Okay, it has an LED to let me know power is on. Ladies and gentlemen, power is on. Wow. I wonder how long I had it sitting there on for, but the power strip was making it off, you know? I climb, game, make food, and solder. Really? I did not know that about you. I knew that you climbed. I knew that you gamed. I suppose I could have assumed that you made food, but it is possible that maybe you just always order food. You know? I don't know. But then I didn't know about the soldering. I'm too poor to order food. So am I, but it didn't seem to stop me for most of this year. And good Lord, was there a reckoning for that. I was so broke for a little bit there. So broke that most people would have panicked. But I've got a trick up my sleeve. I've spent quite a bit of my life poorish, so it didn't bother me. Soylent. Yeah, let's go get some Soylent, guys. I hear it's great. This thing does not want to... Doesn't want to heat up. Alright, well, I'll tell you what I got. I got another piece of wood. I'm going to use this piece of wood as my indication of whether or not the wood burning kit is hot. It's not hot. Can I turn you up to 250? 300? Oh, I had it on the lowest setting. Let's turn it up to 400. 200 degrees. I don't know why this one has settings on it, but that's fine. I can smell it now. It smells like a mild electrical fire. That's what you want in your house, right? There we go. Now it's all coming together. For different types of wood. That makes sense. I'm going to put mine on the Goggle Up Buttercup. I don't have any goggles. Why would I put goggles on for a wood burning kit? Are you serious? Or you just give me a hard time? Like, if there was like debris flying at me, like if I were sanding or Dremel tooling, I would totally goggle up. But do you need to goggle up for a wood burning kit? What's the potential danger here? I mean, aside from setting your house on fire, which, if you do, goggles will not help. And this is not me being incredulous and saying, no, I won't do it. Produces small amounts of ash particles. Okay.
I just happened to look behind us and something is there.
Oh, look, another Haas account. Dear Lord. They are just thirsty as hell. I'd rather you not breathe on the burnt wood and send 400-degree particles.
I just happened to look behind us and something is there.
Wow. Well, it just looks like I have a bunch of followers. That's fine. Ridiculous. Thank you, Disaster Vash. To be completely honest with you, I hadn't even considered that as a vague possibility. And so I legitimately don't have a pair of goggles. I could borrow Indigo's blue light blocking sunglasses that she uses for when she's staring at a screen and doing graphic design for hours at a time. Would those be equally effective in this situation? Now I'm confused and concerned. I don't want people to get mad at me like, oh, he's not being safe. Yeah. They're fuchsia. I hope you like them. These are not my safety goggles for ocular safety. All right, we've got the thing heated up. I will tell you this, that smell is intoxicating. Not the burnt electronic smell, that's gone. This is, it's the actual, like, wood smoke smell. It's just delicious. Delicious. I love it. If you were working with an active fire like a Bunsen burner, it would be recommended to wear goggles, but in this case, no. Well, I'm wearing these glasses, so there. They're non-prescription lenses. They can't possibly be doing me any harm. And if it's safer, then by God, I'm Captain Safety over here. I want to set a good example for the children, you see. In case the children decide to take up wood burning, you see. I feel like this project was entirely too ambitious for a first start for this, for what I was doing. I started drawing Yggdrasil, a full-blown tree with the 9 realms of existence on it, and I feel like that may have been biting off more than I could chew, so to speak. What I should have done was try to make a logo for a metal band or something. I don't know. Just words. Just words. Simple letters. Yeah, I'm genuinely not sure why I started so ambitious. Kind of kicking myself for that now, because I think it would have been. I think this is very complicated, the kind of thing that I'm doing, and I feel like I am only going to screw it up. It's making me self-conscious, which is, I mean, pretty much a natural state of being for me, so I guess it's not so bad, but I know, it's deeply ironic. Self-conscious man decides to broadcast self on internet. I have an idea. Who says I have to do it? Any of it. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything I don't want to. So I'm going to do... Let's see here. If safety was #1 priority, then you need a fireproof jacket, fireproof pants, fire heat-proof gloves, steel-toe boots, and a dust mask with ventilation. This is a project to test your starting skill. Then you do the same project again in 2 years, and everyone is all, ooh, look at how good he is now. All right. I feel like the argument of all or nothing when it comes to safety is probably not a winner. I feel like there's no point in having an argument over it at all because I'm wearing glasses now, so it's fine. We're all fine. We're friends here. It's good. Disaster Vash was just saying like, hey, you might want to wear some protection, and Hanknut's saying, you know, it's probably not that big of a deal, but it, you know, ultimately you're right. It isn't that big of a deal, but I got glasses on mostly because I want to set a good example for the children, in case anybody ever watches this, aside from the two of you. I want to be doing the right thing. I'm going to be sending the right messages. I have a friend whose husband and kid might tune in, so I'm gonna be like, all right, I'm wearing the things. We're good, you know. I'm gonna be like, wow, Pat is so responsible. What a good guy. Sharing that good wisdom and sensibility with the children. What's that? Is he opening a beer? Yes. Daddy, should you drink beer when you do wood burning projects? All the time, son. It's an important part of the work, of the process. God, that smells good. It's absolutely amazing, and I love it. If only I could be broadcasting the smell of this to you guys at the same time as seeing it and hearing me talk about it. Having the smell of it is more... with the beer. Yeah. No, 100%. It's a little early for me yet. I try to keep it to the 5 o'clock rule, which I know is arbitrary and nonsensical, but if you don't have some rules, then how do you know you're in control? And with my grandpapa's history of alcoholism, I do worry. You know, I like to drink the beer. I don't want the beer consuming me. I consume the beer. The beer does not consume me. And so I have times when I can drink, and I have amounts that I can drink. And if that all seems a little much, well, my grandpa, in order to get off the juice, went to a clinic and basically was mentally and physically abused for a while they broke him of his alcohol habit. In order to get him to stop drinking, they felt the best way to do it was torture exercises, like, hey Dick, see these 10 shot glasses? Well, you're gonna drink them all. One's whiskey, one's salt water. Next one's whiskey, next one's salt water. Next one's whiskey, next one's salt water. And if you can drink your way through the whole line, you can have all the whiskey you want. He didn't want any whiskey after that. They clockwork oranged him. So, I said to myself, I says, maybe a few rules might be a good idea. That's why I don't drink before 5. That's why I have one beer. Sometimes 2. Sometimes. But not often. And particularly not if it's in high ABV. Grandpa used to tell us embarrassing stories about his alcohol. He wanted to scare us. It was important to him that his grandkids not make the same mistakes he did. Told us about the treatment. Told us about the embarrassing things that he did while he was drunk. Told us about the impact it had on his relationships with his children, with his wife. We heard all about it. Never could square the man that I knew with the man I heard about in those stories. Not the same guy. And I'm pleased to say I never met that man. I only met my sweet old granddad. Sweet old grandpapa, with whom you could hang out around the pool, who always had the Werther's originals in the candy drawer. He didn't talk like that. I'm just playing around with that. That's just nonsense, is what that is. This tip is the wrong tip for the job. I picked the wrong tip, guys. I'm gonna turn it off and I'm gonna switch tips. How do I switch tips, you ask? Well, I need to cool it down, so I'm gonna do this. Oh, that's neat. If I could do that evenly, I could do some shading. I wonder if I'll learn how to do that. That would be cool. So I wonder, now that I've been followed by the same shitty bot account 4 times in a row in one stream, I wonder, what can I do to get followed by actual people? Heck not, how did you find me? Was it Valheim that you came in on? I just look up Norwegian on Twitch? Oh, well, that's fair. Oh, and you look for the small fry as well. Well, that's sweet of you. Trying to support the folks who are, you know, not already rich, not already famous. That's pretty cool. It's a good attitude. Ain't much, but it's honest work. Well, I'm glad you found me. Glad I'm getting to know you a little bit. You seem like a cool dude. Disaster Vash I know from the meat space, from the actual world.
I just happened to look behind us and something is there.
Another one. Really? Thank you, Vash. Oh, you say I should wait about 5 minutes? Don't dip it in water. Okay. That's fair enough. I was trying to twist this off without actually touching it. But now I appear to be twisting the whole thing off instead of just the tip. Oh well. I guess I'll just have to wait. So you joined in because of the Norwegian tag. A wet sponge would work. Oh yeah, no, dipping the whole thing in water, that'd just be stupid. I think a wet sponge is exactly what I did before. I think I used actually it was just a wet paper towel. But I think that was it. Just I find the lack of new follows the lack of new views. I find that all to be a tad disheartening, you know, and it can be a little discouraging. We're working on you know, trying to grow this thing, trying to make it into something big with a little bit more heft to it, something that's gonna, you know, make me a little bit of cash or something, become a viable supplementary income, and I just can't seem to make any headway. That piece is good and cool already, and that went flying, and now it's scary. Well, good news is it's cool. The bad news is if it weren't, I'd have scalded genitals. So that was not the best way to remove that. Let's see here. I want something that has an actual point on it, if I could. Thankfully, I don't have scalded genitals. I'm glad that worked out that way for me, because I don't want scalded genitals. I want my genitals to be cool and dry and safe. I think this will work better. I think it will be harder to make a straight line with it, but I think it will work better because I think it's going to be a thinner point that doesn't result in the sorts of weird. Well, when I'm trying to draw the letters, for instance, if the length of the tip is too long, then I don't have an ability to connect one letter to another letter without making the letter bigger, you know. So when I get to a point where it's like this E here, it's going to touch the I, and that's just going to get ugly. Add some small banners with your Twitch info to your store. People can carry them if they ever think they may end up on TV or on a Jumbotron. Oh, small banners. Interesting. That's a cool concept. I hadn't even thought about that. Guess you could reach out on more platforms about your streams. Yeah, I've been posting on TikTok. I've found that if you post daily, you don't get very many views. But if you post once a week, then you start getting more views. Their algorithm seems to favor taking it easier. Or we can guest advertise you wherever we go. Guerrilla advertise you wherever you go. Yeah, I would absolutely appreciate that. I got a buddy who recently took a trip to Philadelphia. He posted some up, posted some of the stickers up there. Nye Guy is going to post some more stickers up in North Ireland. Lynn, I guess, has still has a few to stick up over in Norway. So collaborate more with other streamers. That's not a bad idea. What I really ought to do is try to get myself into a stream team, like a network of some sort. I feel like that would probably be the best way to get noticed. I wanted to collaborate with this guy I know, Paul. I wanted to play some Valheim with him. He just never got around to playing Valheim, but he raided me once, which was nice. That guy's got amazing numbers. So, okay, I feel like that's now hot enough that it is doing the things that I want it to do. Let's try this again. That seems to work okay. Going over it a couple of times seems to do the kind of cooking that I want to do. Just seems like it takes a lot longer for this one to burn anything. Like a lot longer. Conspicuous amount of time more. And I guess what I ought to do is just slow down the movement of the wand. Let it really drag across there. Because I've got it at max temperature. But it's so slow. So very, very slow. I feel like I could take a nap. Meanwhile, up here feels quite hot. Like by my finger, actually feels quite warm, and then this thing feels like it's burning everything super slowly. Hey Laura, how are you? I hoped you'd show up for this one, my fellow artiste. I believe you've met Mr. Hanknott. Or Hanknut, if you prefer. Fresh on the... I need to move that. Oh boy. Alright. Because that drives me nuts. I can't see what you guys say. I can't see all of it because my mouse cursor has landed in exactly the wrong place. Fresh on the couch. The couch from work. The couch. That makes sense. I'll be right back. I'm going to turn this off. Once again, I'm going to switch heads. That head's too long. That's why it takes so long to cook anything, because there's so much room for it to lose heat. If I get the shorter one, this little short pointy man, right, this little short pointy man right here, it's like a quarter of the length. That'll work way better, I guarantee it, because it's less room over which to distribute the heat. So I'm going to wait for that to cool down. And the other thing I'm noticing is that if you look at when I touch it to the wood, you look at it closely, you'll see it actually seems to almost bend a little. It's not bending, it's that it's loose in the housing. So what I need to do is really clamp that down with, like you suggested, Disaster Ash, a pair of pliers. So I'm going to go get some tools while this cools down, and I will be right back. And I wasn't kidding about the right back part either. These tools were not particularly far from hand, so nothing's particularly far from hand when you live in a 2-bedroom apartment. So we are going to stab this into a piece of wood like that, rather lightly. Then we're going to take this and spin the whole damn thing off. Pliers time. Pliers time. Don't drop this one in your crotch like you did the last one. God, why does everything always end up in your crotch? You stay right there. You, on the other hand, come off of there. Looks like a little tiny high caliber round. There we go. Stab you in there. Oh boy. Oh boy. Didn't count on me having 2 pieces of wood, did you? Did you? Yep. God damn it. Alright, just... yeah, up. It can't be that goddamn hot anymore, can it? Just stab into this piece of wood and stay there. Only I had a hammer. There. See? I successfully stabbed it into a piece of wood. Alright. Now put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. So help me. So help me. So help me. Bum, 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 bum. Get in there and stay where I want you to. Just get in there or I will be quite cross with you. Now stay attached to this thing and don't wobble around and don't make me sing another song of rage and hatred in your direction. Sorry, I don't know what happened. My friends pitied me for being single, So now they signed me up for Tinder. Oh boy. How's Tinder life working out for you? I give you 3 guesses how well it worked out for Pat. I don't think I ever got a single date off of Tinder. Now, I met Indigo on OkStupid. So go to okstupid.com, sign up, and then have your friend tell you that you should date a girl for like a solid year. Don't date that girl.
I just happened to look behind us and something is there.
And then what you do
I just happened to look behind us and something is there.
God, it's just one person.
I just happened to look behind us and something is there.
Okay, cool.
I just happened to look behind us and something is there.
Yeah, I don't think at the moment it's not even a hate raid. At the moment it's like a follow raid. They're just like, that would have been right there. That number of follows would have gotten me to 200. Just so you know. Like the number of follows that I've gotten today from Hossbots would have put me over the 200 mark. But instead, what I've got is nothing, because all of that's crap. It's amazing. I think it's all just so that you can drop in and say anti-gay, anti-trans things. Because I've seen it. I've seen it happen. People post videos of it on their Twitter and stuff, so that they, generate awareness and so forth. Okay, let me see if this works any better. Alright, thanks, Disaster Bash. I appreciate you popping in. Hanging out with me for a while. You've been here for a good 2 hours, so take it easy. Have yourself a nice, refreshing beverage. Spend some time out on the porch with the little lady. And have yourself a good one. Oh, and do say hi to the missus for me. Yeah, I dare say that works just a little bit better, wouldn't you? That's amazing, though. If I've been drawing on just this image for 2 hours straight already, and this is as far as I've gotten, I'm not going to have much of a piece to show at the end of this thing. I really do think that what I would rather do, honestly, I think I'd just rather draw a little cartoon Narcloft and not make such a big, elaborate piece. So, Laura, what's on the docket for this evening? Sip, sip. You got it. Not sure. A little relaxation, a little Final Fantasy. Who knows? That's fair. If I keep going all the way up until 8 o'clock with this stream, which I don't know, we'll see. See where the night takes us. Then I think my evening will probably be spent gaming as well. Just chilling out with Inigo, playing some video games. But we also have plans to make. We need to go do a little bit of shopping for our vacation that we got coming up. You know, the camping trip that I told you about in Discord. Well, we're going to need some of those folding camping chairs for that. We are going to need frisbees. I personally am going to need a bucket and a pail. A bucket and a pail. Really? I think I meant to say a shovel and a pail. How many days do you get to isolate for? We're only going to be over there for, I think, a total of 4. It's not going to be the majority of my... Because I'm taking a week off. And the way that that's going to work out is that I'm actually going to have something like 9 days in a row that are days off. Because, you know, you get a sandwich of weekends on either end, you know. So I'm going to have 4 days, 4 nights. 4 nights up at that camp. And then I'm going to have the rest of that vacation to just kind of chill out around the house. Work on creative projects, that kind of thing. And I like just hanging out around the house. I like hanging out with Indigo. She's taking the week off as well. We're going to go for walks. We're going to go for bike rides. Might do some hiking. All kinds of stuff like that. Just taking it easy. Just breathing. Unwinding. Because we're both burned out. This year has been a rough year for everybody. I think when you're dealing with two people who have anxiety disorders, depression, anxiety, and OCD, it's been a really hard year for both of us. And if we didn't have each other, I don't know what the hell we would have done. She's actually said that to me. She's like, if I didn't have you in my life, I don't know what I would have done this year. She's like, I feel bad for anybody who doesn't have a close friend or a family member or a significant other that they can count on during all of this. I said, I feel the same way. It doesn't have to be a boyfriend or a girlfriend. Just somebody who you can be close with, who you can confide in, share with. Somebody who, when you need to cry, you can cry on their shoulder. When you need to shout a little bit and get grumpy, they'll listen to it and not get mad. Just all of those things that we find in each other. But yeah, we're staying in state. The park we're going to, it's a little campground called Gilbert Lake. We thought about doing Cape Cod. We were like, there's going to be people there. There's going to be too many people there. What'd you think of the trailer, Agnon? Is it ridiculous or what? Made me exhale strongly through my nose a couple of times. Is that the best? The best that it can get? I was hoping for a little more than that. A belly laugh here and there wouldn't hurt. Can't do much more because my roommates are sleeping. Well, that's fair. What time is it over there? It's not that late, is it? It's about 10 o'clock at night, but that's not that late. Roommates are a bunch of squares, man. Klokken är 10:12. How would you say that? T12? Technically, it'd be 2 T12. You guys do the 24-hour clock over there. Yeah, plus with travel, there's rest areas, gas stations, etc. You got to worry about. I don't know, with COVID situation in other states, but not something I want to worry about. Yeah. 12 over T. Okay. I had not thought about that. 12 over T. Yeah, I think okay, here's one of the good things about being me. When you see, and I saw a TikTok about this earlier, there's this big dude, and he's watching this video of a girl get shouted at. She's in customer service, and this guy is, right up in her face, just screaming at her like an animal. I'll give you 3 guesses what he looks like, and I'll give you 3 guesses what she looks like. And if it's not about race, then it's about gender. But you get the point. He's being a real asshole. So the guy in the video says, "We never see this. A video like this feature a person who looks like me. It's always a woman. She's always small. It's always, 'Sir, can I get you something? Sir, please put your mask up. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. How can I help, sir?' That kind of thing. You never see this kind of thing with a guy who looks like me or bigger. Because everybody knows that a guy like me might just say, 'Today's my last day here. I'm going to jail.' And that guy is going to the nearest overcrowded hospital to get all of his chin meat stitched up." And I was like, that's the best goddamn thing I've heard all week. And it's true. The sad fact of the matter, Laura, is that you have to worry a lot more about stopping at a gas station than Matt or me. And the fact that you have to be safely escorted through life by somebody like me or Matt is just a flaming giant indication of what's really, really wrong. You shouldn't need an escort. You shouldn't need protection. And you sure as hell shouldn't need justification for getting out at a gas station, wearing your mask, going into the bathroom, and taking a piss. But because there are so many vile, obstinate people out there, you gotta worry about that. Because if you go into the bathroom wearing your mask and somebody gives you shit about it, that's scary. And you're not huge. And so they might think, this is my chance to be a dick. People don't look at me and say, this is my chance to be a dick. People look at me and they go, I think I'll pass him over. And they move on. Because, well, look at me. I'm not easy prey. This is slow work, guys. There's no way I'm finishing this whole thing. It's not gonna happen. I'm abandon ship. Abandon ship. I got a better idea. A much better idea. I'm gonna go back to the original plan. Go back to the original plan. No. Go. And then we'll go. Too close to my hand for my liking. There we go. Chunky legs. Can you see? You can't see any of that, can you? That's so weird. That's better. Now we're getting places. I don't know how far this camp is from where you live, but staying in state means fewer pit stops, fewer people to deal with and worry about. Yeah, well, and that's the name of the game at this point. Is just, hello, yes, I'd like fewer humans, and that's precisely why I'm taking the trip in the first place. Is I'd like to go someplace where there are less people, where it's quieter, where I can hear the birds singing, where I can listen to the crabs. The crabs? I was going to say where I can listen to the squirrels crabbing in the trees, because they go, "Ah." We call that crabbing for some reason. I don't know why we've called it that my entire life, but that's just sort of an expression that's existed within my family. Come with me on this journey. The point remains. I'd like to go someplace that's quieter and further away from people. The best part about the trip to Gilbert, it can be done entirely in one trip. You do not need a single pit stop along the way. If you fill up the car with gas right here at your local gas station and you leave and you drive to Cooperstown, you'll be fine. And that's where Gilbert Lake is just outside of Cooperstown. Closer to us than Cooperstown, in fact. So it's on the near side of the city. So you go in there. There is a grocery store where we could pick up food if we wanted to, or we could bring the food in a big cooler. They're both fine options. I've got plenty of choices with this trip as to how I want to go about doing it, and I've basically, Indigo and I are 100% on the same page with this thing. We were talking about just lying in bed late at night the other night, just talking about how excited we are for the trip and what we want to do to get ready, what kinds of things we want to do on the trip, like what's the plan. And so we were like, well, we're gonna want to get some chairs, some like camp chairs, the kind that like kind of fold out and are made out of rainproof canvas or whatever, and that's easily enough accomplished. They're not expensive. Hell, there might even be some in my family's storage unit where we're gonna have to go anyway in order to pick up the coolers and stuff. So we're gonna pick up some frisbees. We're gonna pick up a little tiny shovel and a pail. We're going to pick up chips and dips, and we're gonna pick up Pop-Tarts for breakfast and burgers. Probably not hot dogs. We're not really hot dog people, but we're burger people. We're sausage people. We definitely eat sausages. But I'm definitely not just like a plain hot dog man. And neither is Indigo. And there are grills right at the camp. I looked at your Snow Dwarf vid, and I gotta say, you look good with short hair. I appreciate it. I had short hair for years and years and years, and I don't have anything against the look. I like my long hair. It feels luxurious. It makes me feel pretty. Hey, night guy, how you doing? The cabin has the basics and nothing more. It has a refrigerator. It has a range. So you can cook stuff either oven style or stove style. It would be cold if it were not for the fact that it has a fireplace inside, which we will be making use of. It has a turlet and a sink. It does not have a shower. If you want to take a shower, you have to go up to the shower facilities at the top of the hill. And there is an outdoor fireplace with a grill that can be flipped down onto it. So you have to cook your food old-fashioned out there. And frankly, I think I'll be using that more than I use the stove or the oven. Because if you're not cooking over an open flame while you're camping, then what exactly are you even camping for? What's the point? What have you done? Fireplace, I think, will be fantastic. Hey, baby.
Hi.
Welcome home. Laura and Nigai and Hank Knott are here.
Aw. Hello, everyone. How are you doing on your
Well, I drew this very big, complicated thing, and then went, this is too much. And so now I am drawing just Narcloft.
Okay.
Just simple lines.
Fair. You just had your warm-up, basically.
Yeah. Yep. But it's fun.
Good.
And the kit works well. Oops.
Are you using my glasses?
Yeah, I am.
That's fine.
They are not helping me see any better. They're pretty much just here in case a flaming piece of wood flies at my face, which I think is unlikely, but Disaster Vash suggested that it might be a good idea
I
to...
feel like anytime you're doing stuff like this, it's always good to have eye protection.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, it's so much better than actually having something happen.
Everybody's saying hi to you, by the way.
Hello! Hello, hello, hello. I have a kitty cat.
Yes, you do.
I said hi to the puppy downstairs.
His name is Cedar. Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Was he out on the porch?
Yeah, he's out on the porch with
I
his
love
little dog bed. And I came over, I'm like, hi, sweetheart. You know, I was giving him, like, the voice, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just shaking wildly, smiling. He was just, like, so happy.
Shaking sounds threatened. Let's go with wiggling.
Sorry, wiggling. He had the wiggle butt going.
Oh, goodness.
He had the wiggle butt. And then I didn't feel comfortable, like, petting him.
Aw.
Because I don't know. Like, unless I explicitly asked the dog owner, I don't want to...
Oh,
like,
they do not give a rat's ass. They were the girl was sitting in her on her couch.
Oh.
And I didn't even realize that she was there, and I was just like petting the dog and talking to him and stuff, and then I was like, "Oh, hi. I like your dog." And she was just laughing. She was like, "You're good." Like, she doesn't care.
It's a really, really cute dog. Well, I just didn't feel comfortable, so I walked away without petting him, and I heard a little whine.
Aw.
So I walked away.
Aw, poor pupper.
So, yeah. Next time.
Poor pupper just wanted some love. I do not know if I will continue with that illustration off stream. I haven't rendered a decision on that. What I do know is that I'm actually enjoying this one. The other one was making me stressed, and this one just feels simple and good. It's pure. I posted a pizza pic on Discord. First one this semester. Oh, nice. I do love a good pizza. I feel like this takes so much heat to do. And it takes so long for that heat to generate that this is a much slower process than I was thinking it would be. I don't know why I was thinking that wood burning would be... I mean, I didn't think it was going to be fast, but I don't know why that I thought it was going to be faster than this. This just feels like it kind of crawls. My dog's butt is so wiggly. How wiggly is it? My dog's butt is so wiggly that when he was a pup, the end of his tail would hit stuff, split open, and splatter blood on the wall. Jesus Christ! It had since stabbed over, and our wall had been bloodless for years. Well, thanks God. Thank God for that. That's horrific. That's a terrible story. He does still, but bruises your legs. Well, we used to call Cassie Whiptail. It's a nickname that we had for her because she, again, like your dog, enthusiastically wiggled left and right, and her tail was quite strong, and so could really hurt when it hit you. But she never split her tail open on things. That's fucking horrific. It's just awful. Just awful, Laura. Ma'am, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave. That story was sad, and I didn't like it at all. It's going to look like an absolutely insane smile. That is not the smile. I was totally oblivious to it. It's funny how, like, they seem to lack sensation in their tails. Like, they literally don't know that they're, like, injuring themselves. It's kind of bizarre. Almost. Almost. This is going to be a weird rendition of Narcloft. I may not have planned this one out very good, guys. We used to go and visit my grandma and my aunt when I was a kid. Aunt Sue lived with Grandma, and Aunt Sue had a dog named Bear. Bear was a Saint Bernard. Massive dog. The funny thing is, she had adopted Bear, and only a week or two later seen Cujo for the first time. So she was actually terrified of her own dog for a little bit. Which is funny because to think of Bear doing anything even vaguely violent is laughable.
I just happened to look behind us and something is there.
Oh, another one. Okay. Hey, Nye Guy, have you taken a look at the follow list recently? You should take a look at all the bands I've had to do within the last stream. Because this Hoss00312 with any number of characters behind the name is
I just happened to look behind us and something is there.
Elite Race. There you go. Yeah. So we know this is the same person who followed me with Hoss00312 underscore RRIGGER, so that the two R's next to each other kind of look like an N. So this
just happened to look behind us and something is there.
I'm gonna have to go through and wipe every single one of these off of the follow. It's good that they have such like similar names that they've created like a little catalog for themselves. Because that way, like they've done the work for me as far as banning them later on. But that's been like half of my stream is just being followed by some hate monger on the internet, and it's just a series of bots. But that's been all stream long. I mean, at least I get to listen to Inigo Montoya. It's a pickup. It's a pick me up. Inigo is fantastic. I should get some Fezzik in there as well, because he's just delightful. The other thing that strikes me as funny about this, again, the fact that this individual has chosen to name all of the accounts the same thing, thereby making it incredibly obvious what's going on. That's funny enough in and of itself. But then what makes it perfect for me is knowing, without question, that that's literally one person who created all of those bots. So, like, if I were to suddenly get a whole bunch of crap off of all of these different bots, I wouldn't even have the illusion that it was multiple people at any point. I just know that it was one sad, pathetic, angry troll desperately trying to convince me that his opinion matters in some way, when he knows it doesn't. Because if his opinions mattered even slightly, he wouldn't need to create so many of himself in bot form. He'd just have other people backing him up. But he doesn't. He's alone. Sad and alone. And that's why I'm not even vaguely threatened by it. It's a line from a movie, Hangnot. Have you ever seen the movie The Princess Bride? So there's a scene in which two of the characters are playing a rhyming game. And the third character who's with them is getting very annoyed with them. And they're about to cast off their ship. And one says to the other, "Physic, are there rocks ahead?" Physic says, "If there are, we'll all be dead." And then the boss says, "No more rhymes now, I mean it." And Physic says, "Anybody want a peanut?" And you hear, "Ah!" After that. He's like, really annoyed him. Physic is played by Andre the Giant, who was a wrestler back when WWE was WWF, before they lost their lawsuit with the World Wildlife Federation. And, or foundation or whatever. In any case, it's the movie's adorable. It's smart. It's, good-natured, and it's just awesome. It's definitely worth a watch if you ever get the chance to see it. It's not hard to find. It's available on Disney Plus because Disney owns everything now. So you can watch it on there. I'm pretty sure you could probably get it on other streaming services as well. So this movie, you should be no stranger to this film. It is. I have two favorite movies of all time. One for when I'm feeling serious, and one for when I'm not. And The Princess Bride is the latter. It is my very favorite. Peter Falk is amazing as always. Yes, you're very smart. Shut up. Peter Falk is a pretty rad dude. I was talking to a good buddy of mine. You guys know Black Mud Puppy when he comes on here. That's a guy I've known since I was in first grade. And he's been watching through Columbo lately. I just think that's hilarious. This 1970s The Great Race. I think I have. Was it The Great Race or was it The Amazing Race? Or am I thinking of Cannonball Run? There were a lot of movies like that back in the day. I'm bringing this to the camp with me. This is awesome. I genuinely am having a good time wood burning, and I'm gonna bring it to the camp with me, and I'm gonna do more of it because this is so great. Okay, now that we have the beard on, now we do the smile. What's up, buddy? What you doing? Cedar came in for just a brief moment to lick a cardboard box because he's a little bit weird. And that's okay. I'm a little bit weird too. So I guess I can live with having a kitty who's a little bit on the weird side. Old movie with Tony Curtis as the good guy and Jack Lemmon as the villain. Peter Falk plays the dense sidekick of Lemmon. It's similar to Looney Tunes and in its antics, but it's a fun one. I find that oftentimes when I go back and watch a movie that I loved when I was a kid, especially if it's an older movie, that there's some weird racial stuff in there that I suddenly feel very uncomfortable about. Indigo and I watched through a Marx Brothers movie, and I was talking about how surprisingly progressive the Marx Brothers were for people of their time, especially when you compare, if you're looking at like the Three Stooges. Huge fan of the Three Stooges growing up, will always love the Three Stooges, have accepted that they're simply a symbol of their time. But the fact of the matter is, they were not particularly kind to people of color in their work. And I think that's because at the time, everybody in America was racist. I don't condone it, but I'm never going to stop loving the Three Stooges because I'm willing to give them a pass and say they didn't know any better. You know? We've come further as a civilization and we can do better. And so I expect more of people now. But when I'm looking at media from the 1930s or 40s, when we're actively at war with Japan and they say something nasty about the Japanese, I don't get particularly surprised by that or horrified by it. I fucking love Japan. I'm super into Japanese stuff. It's just, it's a product of its times. It's a little bit like H.P. Lovecraft. I love his novels. Good God, was the man a horrible racist, and do I think he was a terrible person? Yes. But he was a good writer, you know, so it's... anyway, my point is, we were watching a Marx Brothers movie, and I was saying to Indigo, these guys were so much more progressive when it came to people of color than the Stooges were, and for their era, they were really ahead of their time. Saying, you know, Harpo, in nearly every picture, makes friends with some black people, or some Indians, or some Italians, or any number of other people who are kind of crapped on by the rest of society. I go, there's a whole dance number in here where he starts dancing, and then all of the black workers at this racetrack start, you know, dancing with him, and it's really impressive. And they're being chased by the police, and the police show up at this big dance party, and then they put grease on their faces and use blackface to blend into the crowd and get away. And I was like, oh dear Jesus, I remember this from a while ago, and I had completely forgotten about that horrifying moment. This is not progressive. This is awful. It was a harsh wake up for me. But in other movies, there are scenes where typically working class black folks are being shown to be treated badly by the white folks. And Harpo, specifically, out of the Marx Brothers, comes over and does something nice. And then just hangs out with a bunch of black people. Nobody ever puts on blackface. Nobody ever does anything offensive. He is just nice to people when other people are not being nice to them. And that, I think, has genuine value, especially in an older piece like... Ford, you're turning into a penguin! Stop it! My legs are drifting off into the sun. Oh, there goes my arm. How am I going to operate my digital watch now? Yeah, I made Indigo watch through The Hitchhiker's Guide as well. The old British BBC television version, but I've also listened to the BBC radio play, I've read the book, and I've seen the modern American movie. There's some great stuff in there. What's up, baby?
I'm just taking a break.
Oh, okay. How you feeling?
I'm okay. I think I'm dehydrated.
Did you see my dude?
Oh, that's adorable.
He's coming along.
It's you.
It's me. It's true. It's me. It's a little cartoon version of me, but it's me. Now I gotta do my hair. This movie also stars Natalie Wood as the love interest, and her character is a progressive woman who pushes for equality, especially in the workplace for women. And of course, the men in the movie are resistant to it. I can't think of the ways that race plays a role, but it's been a while. And that's the thing, is that you'll go back and you'll watch it, and there'll be things about it that you still genuinely admire, and there'll be other things that you don't, and that's okay. There's no perfect piece of art out there, but you will occasionally find ones that are pretty damn close. I'm trying to think of which Marx Brothers movie it was, and I think it's not A Night at the Opera. It's not A Day at the Races. A Day at the Races, by the way, is the one with the blackface scene that you can just go ahead and avoid that whole movie, honestly. But Go West is adorable, and Harpo makes friends with a whole tribe of Native Americans who are very definitely being played by Italian actors. Italian-American actors. Because realistically, Hollywood was not going to hire an actual native person. And the portrayal is dated and offensive and garbage, but the message remains that even while everybody else is looking at these Indians as a bunch of savages, Harpo hangs out with them because he's like, man, people's people. People are cool because Harpo's woke, man, and that's why I like his character, because he's a goofball who everybody else looks at as being a weirdo, and so he aligns with anybody else who's not mainstream, who's not whatever the predominant thing is, and I dig that. I really do. Friend to the downtrodden, Harpo Marx. And yeah, it's your race is one thing, but if you go back and you look at the way that women are treated in old timey movies, they're often a two-dimensional character. Take a look at the Marx Brothers pictures, and you will find that oftentimes the woman is a pistol. She's trying to get stuff done, standing up for herself. Might need a little help from the menfolk to get the job done, mostly because of the prejudices of the time. And it's never portrayed as I'm weak, I'm a damsel, I'm in distress, I need help. It's always, nobody will take me seriously because I'm a woman. And there's some nice Marx Brothers characters who show up and are like, well, that's just baloney. Oh, look, another hoss. I know there's only one of you.
I just happened to look behind us and saw things there.
But I think it's cool every once in a while when you go back and you see a movie like that and you've got some characters who provide very real representation for marginalized people or for folks who didn't necessarily have a voice back then. every now and then you get to see something all right. Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You're a bot, and not welcome here. Prepare to be banned. I'll go back and ban them. I don't have time to right now. And they obviously are trying to mount greater numbers in order to really scare me when they finally launch their stupid attack. If I were to go through and ban them all now, probably more of them would show up. Probably doesn't even matter if I'm streaming. They probably just will show up, like, keep following me for the next 24 to 48 to try to build up the numbers they want to make it look like a lot of people. And then they'll strike, and that's fine, because I'll go through and ban all of them between here and there, so whatevs. They don't scare me. This is a shirt sleeve. That's right. A shirt sleeve. You can't tell me it doesn't look like a rolled up shirt sleeve, because it's clearly meant to be a rolled up shirt sleeve. The noises this makes are a little unnerving at times. I can hear the metal flexing. And perhaps I'm applying too much pressure. Maybe that's... Maybe I'm making a mistake there. I remember I saw a meme about how to introduce yourself, and they used that line as an example. Oh, yeah. That's from The Princess Bride. That's the character who you see say, I just look behind us and notice that something is there. That's Inigo Montoya. He's played by Mandy Patinkin, who, as it turns out, is a lovely human being and is an adorable old man who has his own TikTok account. And somebody said that they had heard a rumor, a Hollywood rumor, that before shooting that scene, Mandy Patinkin had lost his father to cancer. And so he channeled that emotion, the feeling of losing his father, into the scene where he says, I want my father back, you son of a bitch, and then stabs Count Rugen. And they wanted to know if that was true, because they had just lost their father to cancer, and they were really hurting. And they said it would make them feel a little bit better to know that that story was true, because the father that they had just lost was such a big fan of the film, and that they grew up watching it with their father, and they it it would feel special to them if that turned out to be true. And they said, I also hear that that Manny Patinkin has he has a TikTok account. So if anybody could tag me, tag him, share this, so I can talk to the man himself and find out if that story is true. I would really appreciate it. And sure enough, people did. And Manny Patinkin made a response video to it and said, it's a true story. I had just lost my father, and I was furious, and I was heartbroken, and so I said that line, and it was my way of getting back at the cancer. Because when I killed Count Rugen, I killed my father's cancer. And then he said a number of very nice things to the woman who had posted the initial video, saying, I know that this hurts, and I also know that your father is still out there, and that he's right there with you. I know because my father's right here with me. And he said, if you would not mind sharing with me, you can go ahead and message me. I'll add you as a friend. If you would not mind sharing with me your father's name, I say prayers every day, and I will say a prayer for him, and that way your father will be right here with me too. And I was like, that's pure class, man. You're in a movie that that people love, that affected people that way. And somebody shares a personal story like that. This is a stranger on the internet. They're not trying to get famous off of you. They're not trying to use you. They're just saying, hey, I want to know if this story is true. And and then you not only confirm it, but you also say that you'll say prayers for their lost father. Like that dude's amazing. He really is just a wonderful guy. He's played some incredible roles in his time. He's got a hell of a voice on him as well. Beautiful singer. And to grow old and to still be humble and kind, that's good stuff. I very sincerely hope that someday I'm a nice old man. These glasses make me feel like a nice old man. I look like my father. But that's all I want to be when I grow up. A nice old man. Because there are so many mean old men out there. I'd much rather be a nice one. It's coming along. Look at that. It's significantly rounder than the normal drawing of Narcloth. I'm looking quite chubby in this depiction, but it's for a first try at wood burning my character, I think this is pretty good. I'm pretty excited about this one. I don't watch many seasons of Homeland, but he was fantastic as Saul. He's the one that actually kept me watching it. It's a bulk build, yes. Call it chibi if you want. It's a chibi character. Also, this is tilted, so it's not quite there. It's not quite so chubby, It's just the angle that it's at. When I look at it on my screen here, it looks quite chunk, but it's not bad. It's not bad at all. I need to give my character a belt. He needs his belt buckle. Right about there. He's built different. We all are. We're all our own unique shape. And if we weren't, we'd be horrifically boring. And I detest boredom. Boredom's the worst. You know that whole anger leads to hate? Hate leads to suffering. Suffering is the path to the dark side. Boredom leads to existential crisis. That's my version. Boredom leads to existential crisis. Boredom leads to postmodern ennui. Ennui leads to depression. And depression leads to existential crisis. Stave off the downers. Avoid the bummers, you must. I'm having fun with my little Frank Oz impersonation here. That's my belt buckle. You like it? Yeah, the same thing happened with my Milk Witch picture I posted. I realized two of the photo is slant to avoid a shadow, but it ended up changing how some of the proportions looked. Nothing anyone else looking at the would have noticed, but of course I did. Yeah, we're always our own worst critics. That's just being a human. These pieces of wood were originally intended for and used for a dungeon master screen for D&D games. I mean, it was Vampire the Masquerade, but you get the idea. It's a screen to hide myself behind, and I stained it, and I put hinges on it, and I did the whole thing. And now it's sitting in a box in my basement. I would very much like to break it out and use it at some point. I just, I need people to play with. The good news is I had some spare boards lying around, and it ended up being this. This marvelous piece of work here. The hole in the belt. There'll be a couple of holes for the belt here. Just a couple. Not a ton. Good. And I think trim him down just a little bit in the middle here. Give him a nice little muffin top, though. There you go. That's a muffin top right there. You see that where he meets the belt? There you go. That's our boy. I wish you lived closer. Matt loves to play. One of his friends just moved back to the area from Reno, and once the house is settled, may try and get a small thing going. That would be cool. I would love to be able to play D&D or Vampire the Masquerade or any number of other like tabletop RPG sort of dice and paper kind of games. Mostly because I've never gotten a real chance to actually play them. I did a couple of sessions with some friends, and then it went tits up. And then Indigo and I did like 2 sessions with some of her friends, and then Corona happened, and everything shut down, and we never really got it back together. I mean, I suppose we could have done it remotely, but everybody was busy. People were changing into new jobs. Everything was weird, and so we were all just kind of left hanging. And it bums me out because I really would have liked to have played D&D. I had a character well thought out. It was a half-orc paladin who was on the Path of Atonement, I think is what it's called, where your character is a paladin and has sworn an oath to right a wrong. And in this case, the wrong is his birth, because his mother was taken by orc warlords and made with child, and so he sees himself as an abomination, and so he wants to fix that. He wants to make the world right again by getting rid of bad guys, and so I had this whole storyline, this whole character arc that I could have done with him.
I just happened to look behind us and saw things there. I just happened to look behind us and saw things there.
This guy's got a real ego complex.
I just happened to look behind us and saw things there.
Haas is a hero.
I just happened to look behind us
I don't
and
know
saw
about
things
that.
there.
I don't know about that, Haas. Seems like you might be
I just happened to look behind
a
us
bit
and
of a
saw things
wanker.
there.
I think you're the best, too.
I
Wow.
just happened to look behind us and saw things there.
They'll all be gone very soon. had cool character concepts worked out for that. I had a whole story written, like a whole campaign written for Vampire the Masquerade. And my friends would have had many a possible pathway to go down in that one. I wanted to make sure that the players had autonomy. I had some stories that I wanted to tell, but I also wanted the players to be able to tell their own stories. And so I sort of wrote branching paths to give them possible directions to go in. And I think it would have been really cool. I think they would have had a lot of fun going through that campaign. But there were a few obstacles in the way. Almost done. Just need... The way I draw his boots is just that he's got a darker part on the bottom of his legs. And that's it. He just has kind of a darker shadow. A darker shadow on the trousers. There we go. And then I'm going to fill that in. Oh, that actually works. Can cover quite a bit of ground that way. Ooh. It's like shading. Like shading with a pencil. That works really well. Alright. I'm just going to fill these in, and then I believe it will be time for me to do one of my fabulous drink reviews. Doesn't seem to be working anymore. Ah, there it goes. That's just using the wrong, not using the end quite right. This is, that's like a full technique thing. I could, if I practiced, I could probably get pretty good at making that, making like whole dark segments that way. There we go. A little char on the boots there. I'd say our little Narcloth looks pretty good, wouldn't you? Gonna go ahead and power that down. And then I'm gonna switch views for a second here. So, I've got 3 words for you. Halstrom. Let's see here. Halstrom is one of them. Carmeliet is another one. And Surge is another one. So it's Halstrom, Carmeliet, or Surge. I'm upside down now. How does that make you feel? A little uncomfortable? Understandably so. The aspect ratio is all wrong too. What is that about? I'll fix that. Oops, that was the wrong camera. Wrong camera I was modifying there. Halstrom is the one you're choosing? Ow. Halstrom, Carmeliet, or Surge? Laura says she's going with Halstrom. Anybody else? I think that's fair. It's not the first time it's come up. It's not the last time. This right here is being referred to as a Nordic Lager. You're going to have to look down upon me. Yeah, I almost went with 2, but second guessed myself at the last moment. Well, that's okay. This right here is... Oh, it's backwards. Well, hang on. Hang on. There you go. Halstrom by Fifth Hammer. A Nordic Lager. Intended for Nords. I don't have my glass, so I'm just going to drink straight from the can. But, cheers. Smells... Well, it smells like a lager, to be honest with you. It's smelling very lagery. Doesn't have a particularly intense aroma. Doesn't have any particular strong notes of this, that, or the other thing. Smells like a lager. Smells... Actually, there's a hint of aliness in there. There might be some bitterness. Might be some... what's the word I'm looking for? Nutty roasted notes in there. But nothing major. Let's go ahead and taste. It tastes canned on 7/23/21. Okay, so it's not It tastes dank. Is that the right word? Yes. Yep, that's what I'm getting. This tastes like a lager that's been made slightly danker. It has I don't want to say fishy, but it has a there's a slightly salty, slightly oceanic taste about it. It tastes like it's a little swampy. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. It has a swampy quality about it. I don't want to be viciously critical here, because obviously I'm still drinking it. There's something about it I like, and then there's other things that I don't. Well, some of that just went on my. So Narcloth got a little wet. Didn't have that much to drink. It's very weird, guys. It's very weird. Do you remember, babe, the experimental one by what do you call it there? New Belgium. There we go. I sure am good at talking. It has a strong resemblance to that one. There's a sort of swampy, fishy, weird kind of quality about it that I don't know how to deal with. I don't think this is a win. I think this is something I'm glad I tried, but it tastes like beer that's been made. You know, okay, well, if you're gonna make beer, you're gonna need water. You're gonna need to start with water, and then you're gonna add hops and barley and such. I just feel like this water had some pond scum in it, and that's not. Again, I don't know how to tell you that that's not a bad thing, but it's not. There are different qualities of water. Sometimes you get mineral water. Sometimes you drink fresh from a stream. This tastes more like the latter. This is not crystal clear. This is not pumped up from a spring. This is running down the side of a mountain. It's picked up some of the earth. It's picked up some of the grass. It's picked up a small quantity of that weird algae that you see even in fast-running rivers. It has a funk to it. And I could see a place in my mind and in my heart where that would be refreshing. But I'm not there today. I just...
like seaweed?
It has like a vaguely seaweedy thing going on. Yeah. It's very odd. It's not the beer I'm going to drink. In fact, it's the beer I'm going to set on the kitchen counter so that if Indigo dares to try it, she can. But I'm gonna drink something else. I'll be right back. Do you want to try this?
I'll try it.
Okay. Don't come
Just to have the flavor experience. Like, it won't kill me, you know, so.
The camera's set up differently today, so
I see.
I'm like keeping you there. Brow furrowed, eyes up and to the right.
I'm trying to identify what I'm even tasting. It's very complex.
Do you see what I'm saying about how it's not bad?
It's weird. It starts off beery, and then it becomes more like seaweedy.
Yeah, it's like sea salt and...
It's not bad. It's just different. It's just a different flavor profile than I would have expected.
Yeah.
It's an acquired taste.
I would say it's an acquired taste, and I would 100% say that there is a day on which I would very much like to drink
At
this.
a beach, honestly, that would be fun.
Yeah. It's not what I want today.
If we were out
But I think it could be good.
cabin.
I should have brought this to the cabin. This is cabin beer.
Cabin beer.
Guys,
I mean,
it's
cabin and beach beer, yeah.
It's cabin beer.
Yeah.
I should have brought some of this to the cabin. That's the problem. Is I'm here in my ordinary apartment. I need the right environment. I need to be by a beach. I need to be in a forest. I need to be just done with chopping wood. It's not bad. There's something about it that I like. It's just not. It's not what I'm down for today. Okay, so Fifth Hammer, don't get mad. I love you. And in a way, I really like this beer. It's just not the beer for today. So I'll try it again. I've resolved to try this beer on stream again some other day. And you'll get a better review of it. But right now it's just weirding me out. Because it tastes like I'm drinking the sea.
What is it called, by the way?
Appropriately, Hailstrom, meaning hailstorm.
Huh.
Maelstrom is the swirling vortex in the sea. Laura, what was the second one? It wasn't Surge, it was Carmeliet. Carmeliet. Okay. Item number 2, Carmeliet. I don't know why I had it in that camera view. That was weird. I don't like looking at you up there. I feel I'm intimidated. But what are we gonna do? Carmeliet. This is triple Carmeliet. Which, wow. The cap of which is really on there. Boy, oh boy. Sometimes you just got to use your jaw harp to open a beer bottle, you know?
Made that sound.
The beer made that sound, yes. Triple Carmeliet. It has a very nice label on it. I think it has a very pretty old-timey feel. Looks like old-school Germany, but I suspect it's old-school Belgium. It says Triple Carmeliet Triple. Rather redundant. 1679. Wow, they've been making this stuff a long time. 3-grain beer, still brewed after a 17th century recipe from the old Carmelite monastery of Dendermonde. Beer 13 grains toujours brassé selon une recette du, I don't know how to say 17, siècle de l'ancien cloître de Carme de Termonde. I assume that means the same thing. Blonde, robust, smooth, and fruity 3-grain ale with final fermentation in the bottle, brewed with pride and patience after Carmelite tradition with wheat, oats, and barley. 100% natural ale. It's a triple. It's one of my Belgian farmhouse ales. Trappist monks probably made it, and fantastic for them. That was weird. Apparently, it's highly reactive. Because when I took a glug of it and then went to put it back down, it all tried to explode out the top of the bottle. The only thing preventing that was my face. So that all just like a powerful reaction, like putting vinegar baking soda or baking powder together. I can't remember which one it is. Either way, it's just like full blown grade school science project in my mouth, and the reaction was aggressive, and it kind of shocked me a little bit. That being said, delicious notes of orange peel and cardamom, with fabulous fermentation underneath that. The yeasts and the grains are playing together in a symphony in my mouth right now. That was explosively delicious, is what that was. Triple Carmeliet. You've done well. You've made a hell of a beer. It's the champagne of beers, is what's happening. It's still very fizzed up, almost to the top of the bottle in the bottle now. It came at me full force. Sorry, I almost breathed a lot of that in because there wasn't a whole lot of room. Like, okay, mouth is full. Okay, now it's actually going down my throat and up into my sinuses. I was like, we're running out of places to put this, and then it stopped. But it was you can go ahead and make all of that sexual if you want to. Every time I drink it, every time I disturb it, it reacts again and bursts forth with more energy, more foam. I'm fascinated by this beverage. It is what I've come to expect from a triple. It has those great, maybe champagne, but is it French champagne? No, it's Belgian champagne. Ah, the Belgian champagne of beers. Like the best champagne, it's vintage dated and fermented in the bottle. It did actually say that it's fermented in the bottle. This is the Belgian champagne of beers. It's delicious. This is it makes me want to go sit on my porch and enjoy the sun. It's very gassy, and I think that that's a potential danger for some imbibers. But again, there it goes. There it goes. Do you see it? I take one sip every time I take a sip. I feel like this is the sort of thing that could give you indigestion afterwards, because it's going to be like reacting with your stomach acids, and then it's just gas is just going to be rising out of you. Just gas. And that makes me a little bit nervous for tonight, but not so nervous as to not drink more of it because it's so tasty. It has these sweet, fruity flavors. It has some of that stone fruit stuff going on, much lighter than what I'm used to. Like when you're drinking the barley wines and that kind of thing, I always say it has there's a flavor of plums or prunes or raisins, and it's very intense. This is lighter, bubblier, fresher. It still has all of those flavors. They're all dancing around in there. They've just that none of them is too much. None of them is too intense. All of them are just sort of sprinkled in the background for you to enjoy. And it's genuinely, this is genuinely a delicious beer. I'm really, really happy with this one. This might wind up on the shelf of honor, actually, next to Orkney Skull Splitter and the Newburgh Brewing Company Spanish Sherry Barley Wine. I thought you were going for a walk, but someone's excited to sample the beer. Okay.
I will go for a walk.
Adorable. I really like this one. It is very fizzy.
It's very fun.
Watch yourself. Isn't that great? Nice label and everything.
Oh, that smell is so nice.
It has all the good spicings, and it has all the good fruits. But it's light.
So fizzy.
Zippy.
I don't know why, but I'm tasting like cherries.
Yeah, it's definitely stone fruits all throughout.
a wonderful, like, super bubbly and fun. Really nice. I quite like that.
I kind of wish you had been watching when I started drinking it because it
Oh no!
When I started drinking, it just went like as soon as you disturb the surface, it bubbles again, and so it was like, well, I'm full. There's nowhere to go but in you.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh God, this is gonna get everywhere. So I just kind of like clamped down, like hunkered down on the bottle, but it was bad.
That is quite delicious.
It's gonna be a hell of a replay. I'm gonna highlight that and I'm gonna play it back because you're gonna see what happens when. It's like that scene in the Three Stooges where Curly has the beer that just won't stop pouring, and so he just is like, and just sticks it in his mouth, and it's like, this is my solution to the problem, is I'm just gonna keep this beer bottle in here. My, that's good. That other beer kind of exploded all over the table. I need to do a little cleanup before I resume my art stream, but I will be right back. Hang tight. again, friends. My apologies for the wait. I just needed to make sure that I properly cleaned up the table so as not to have it all disgusting. Oh, well, and I left the paper towel sitting on the table. Sorry about that. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. I'm trying to be classy, but, you know, I'm not. So, like, I'm not fancy, you know. Let's see here. God, oh my God! Herculoso returns! The prodigal son! Oh boy, I have missed you, buddy. I am super glad to see you in the chat. Fan-goddamn-tastic. This whole stream, everything just got better. I'm on my balcony right now. Let me send you a pic. Do it up. I'll have a look in the old Discord. Who is this? Herculoso is a Russian guy who lived in Sweden for a while. He's got a Norwegian girlfriend, and now he is in... Oh, bloody hell, I've forgotten the country. But the pictures are really, really pretty. North Macedonia, there you go. Oh my God, that's a cool... Oh my God, it's like a big square with elaborate marble patterns all over the place. A huge horse statue. Very, very classical, very old-fashioned. Is that a dome out there? Yeah, there is. There's a little dome across the road from you. Nice. Alexander the Great statue. Ow! I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Some fucking this piece of shit camera. Cannot get this thing to just fucking stay on the goddamn table. Oh my God, yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed your flight. Thank you for flying with Narcloft Airlines. This has been a fucking treat, hasn't it? Ja, han kommer från Norge. Han är en fin man från ett fin land. There we go. Okay. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and turn that just a wee bit, and then re-angle it just a scotch. Just a scotch. Let's just re-angle that just a scotch. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. All right, fine. I'm taking you off of there. Oh my goodness gracious. Just go into the position that I wanted you to go into, you little shit. Just sit there on the table there and I'm trying to entertain some people. Fucking arguing with a table. I'm sorry, guys. I'm okay. Min flicka är från Norge. Hon är på universitet i Trondheim. Trondheim är en flott sted. I'm sorry, for anybody who's watching this who's not Norwegian, what he just said is my girlfriend is from Norway. She's at university in Trondheim, which is the old Viking capital. Trondheim is absolutely incalculably pretty. When I quit my job, what? You don't think you're lucky for living in Trondheim? I disagree. Oh, you live in Bodø? It's funny, I've also been to Bodø. Bodø was the first city in Norway that I visited. My first taste of Norway, as it were. And despite the fact that it is built like a bunker, and mostly concrete, it still holds a special place in my heart. So if you wouldn't mind dropping by Damadi at some point and smoking a cigar in their little courtyard next to the giant hag painting, it would make me very happy. Oh, also, you know that fountain that's a walrus? Why don't you go ahead and post a picture of that in the Discord? Because I love that walrus. It's beautiful. No tourists, a lot of politics. We can skip that part. No to Trondheim being beautiful. You're wrong. I love Trondheim. Loved it. Nidarosdomen is a beautiful cathedral. You have the Arkebispegården. You have the Archbishop's Garden Museum. You have all of them bridges out over the water. You've got Bakklandet Skidstation, where you can get your herring buffet and you can drink one of over 50 varieties of akavit. Yeah, I really think unless you are from someplace else, maybe you just don't appreciate how stunning Norway is. It's there's a reason that I practice the language, and there's a reason that I quit my job and tried to move there. I failed, obviously. I'm back here in America, but I loved it there. I still love it there. I've never felt the way that I feel when I'm in Norway. It has a profound effect on me. You walk everywhere. You climb mountains. You see the water, and something stirs in your chest. Maybe that's the beer talking. I don't know, but I get all wistful when I think about Norway. How much is the ABV on this thing? What have you done to me? I'm getting all emotional and shit. It does not seem to specify the ABV. That's 8.4. Herregud. That's a beverage right there. Yeah, no, I get that. If you're just used to it, then it seems like meh. If you came to Syracuse, New York, and I showed you around some of our state parks and stuff, you'd be like, oh, wow, this place is really pretty. I've lived here my whole life. I'm just like, I'm over it, But when I went to, the tour of fucking, what's the fjord that I went to? Oh, God. The one where if the mountain calved off, then it would form a huge, 60-meter tidal wave and would kill everybody again. Geirangafjord. When you see the Seven Sisters waterfall, when you see the way that the mountains just drop into the water below, and the water's this blue-green, clear, beautiful water, it's just, I don't know, man, it just does stuff to me. Your country does stuff to me. And I'm serious when I say that someday that's where I'm going to wind up. Like, I've tried to talk to Inigo about it. She wants to visit first. Totally understandable. We're going to visit Norway first. I can't right now because the borders are closed to Americans because we're a filthy, disease-ridden hole. But we'll get there. And then when we do, she'll know what I'm talking about, man. She'll know how beautiful it is there and why I want to live there. And then we have to go through the difficult process of explaining to her parents why I'm taking her to another country. And then they'll see me as the villain for years to come. But we gotta go, man. We gotta go. I just feel like Norway that's where I'm supposed to be. Like a little cottage by the fjords with a goat. We'll raise bees. She's in love with this idea of making our own mead. We'll raise bees. And I'm like, all right, I'm down for that. I'll put on a weird hat and go out and with a little smoke machine, and I'll tame the bees. That sounds like fun. Sounds like a good time. We'll make delicious mead, and we'll raise a glass or a horn with our new venner in Norge. It'll be fabulous. So, shit, I moved everything across the floor. Ow. So, oh boy. Sorry guys, that all kind of hit me at once. 8.2. It's It's a bit more than I was planning on getting in the hole today. You know what I'm saying? So, can you guys see this? Should I lower the thing? I'm going to lower the thing. Bring this down. Bring this down to my level. So you can see as I see. There we go. Hey, baby! Aw, baby, oh, your foot hurts? I'm sorry. I was just explaining to them. Yeah, I know it's expensive to live in Norway. You know what else they do in Norway? They charge you more to live, but they also pay you more. You earn a living wage. I don't... Well, Hercules, I'm afraid that's no concern of mine. The quality of the women in Norway is none of my business, because I already have a quality woman right here. So it's not the motivation. I'll be friends with cool Norwegian ladies at least. Yes, absolutely. Someday. Let's put the dad glasses back on, shall we? This is gonna get weird real quick. Working with a wood burning tool while you are just smashed. That was a very high alcohol beer, and it kind of hit me all at once. So I'm going to ask you guys to just chill. Just be cool, okay? I'm going to be careful. I've got my glasses on. We're going to do this responsibly. Alright, so you can actually read the words now. We're going to do Helheim next. Well, I'm sorry that the Macedonian ladies are not up to snuff, but you've got your fine Norwegian woman waiting for you back in Trondheim, and you wouldn't want to be playing with the ladies in Macedonia anyway, because then you might make that Norwegian flicka sad. And I have learned it is not worth it to make a Norwegian woman sad. We're going to take a photo of the golden walrus tomorrow. It's golden now? It was just made out of stone before. Did they coated it in gold? I got to see him. I got to see my walrus friend. I miss that guy. He was fun. Heck not. Have you seen my YouTube channel, the whole Pat Venture Time Norway bit? Because I have, they're 10-minute episodes and there's 64 of them, and I have had that up there for a long time. So as a Russia and Macedonia, you have to go to the police station every week and show them you are still at your address. Does Macedonia not get along with Russia? What is that? That's frickin' weird. Seems like they're actually actively trying to screw with you guys. I don't like how that feels. There are problems. The ambassador got deported 2-3 weeks ago. Oh no. Oh, okay. I suppose that's fair. What do you get deported for? Oh boy. Just for being Russian, or did he do something bad? For being maybe too much Russian. A little bit. I saw a fun TikTok the other day. It was a girl saying, I'm getting kind of sick of your Russian stereotype TikToks. And then she turns the camera and you can see she's wearing like, it's not even an Adidas tracksuit. It's a tracksuit that somebody has drawn the word Adidas onto. And she goes, you're doing it wrong. And then she starts to show how fucking jank Russia is. And I thought that was pretty funny. I like when people have a sense of humor about themselves and they have a sense of humor about where they come from. I certainly have a sense of humor about America. We're a fucking disaster scape. We're a joke on an international scale. And that's fine. I can live with that. I do live with that. I have to live with that. Helheim. Americans and Russians are the same. We involve ourselves too much in other people's lives. Yeah, I would say that's one of America's greatest faults. We insert ourselves into everybody else's business and pretend we know best. Meanwhile, our roads are cracked and broken, and our people are currently fighting over whether or not a mask will protect you from a virus. We're pretty fucking pathetic. But it's only about, maybe 50% of us, so, the country's doing good. When it's only 50% of them who are willful, ignorant assholes. What is this tree? Are you not familiar with the myth of Yggdrasil, the world tree? I was talking about this earlier in the stream, because I started this thing earlier and then I didn't finish it. I wanted to do something a little bit simpler, a little bit more my speed. But the world tree, Yggdrasil, is a great ash tree. I like Norwegian women, not Norwegian tails. Hey, listen, tail has a very different meaning over here in the States, okay? So, no, listen, the story of the world, of all creation, is that all the 9 realms are gathered on the body of a great ash tree called Yggdrasil. And Yggdrasil is sort of the thing holding up the fabric of the universe. So, at the top, we have Asgard. That's where the Asgardians live, the Aesir. That's Odin, Thor, Frigg, Njord, all of the Old Norse gods. Now, they competed with another group called the Vanir. They're from Vanaheim. And actually, it looked like the Vanir were going to win for a while, but they exchanged hostages and they made a truce. And so some of the Vanir joined Asgard. And that's how they got a few different gods and goddesses. I think Freya is supposed to be a Vanir. They're supposed to be very pretty. They're supposed to be mystical, have kind of magical powers. As are the elves from Alfheim. This is upside down. I need to fix this. So the elves from Alfheim. I meant to have this right side up. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to fix it. The elves from Alfheim are a lot like the elves that you see in Tolkien. They're tall, they're magical, they're beautiful. What the hell is this? Piss off. I got 2 properties windows open? Piss off. There we go. What's this then? Room? There we go. Configure this, and I'll switch it to transform flip vertical. There you go. Okay. Alright. Move it up here. Oops. That didn't work. There. Good. Okay. That seems a little bit better. Freya also has a carriage drawn by cats. Yes. Yes, she does. She's a mystical bitch. What can I tell you? She's mysterious. Mysterious and weird. And who the hell wouldn't drive a carriage driven by cats? You know what I mean? Like, if I had the chance, I'd do it. Heartbeat. Absolutely. So it's like God and we're the roots? No, not at all. The tree is God and we are the roots? No. The tree is just the thing that everything's built around. So, Midgard. Midgard is where we're... Oh my God, it's still backwards. Jesus H. Christ. We live on the tree. Midgard is our realm. Middle Earth is what that means. The Midworld. Humans are from Midgard. And they also... There we go. Alright, that should goddamn work. Now you can read shit and you can see everything and it's great. Everything makes sense. Once again, I squeeze in my chair behind my weird desk. There we go. Oh boy. This whole setup is bonkers, guys. It's taken up half my room, and frankly, I can't see anything with these glasses on, and I haven't gotten even close to an ember going, so bye, glasses. I don't need you. The roots have Helheim in them, but not all of that. They're the connection in the universe between the 9 realms. That's an accurate description of what Yggdrasil is. It's what connects all of the realms. So we live in Midgard. Above us on the tree are several other places. It's not concrete. It's not laid out perfectly. We know that Asgard is above us. We know that several other realms are above us. I haven't seen them drawn out perfectly. This is the way that I think they are, but I'm not certain of that at all. Okay? Helheim is not hell in the traditional sense. Helheim is, it's the land of the not dishonored, but also not honored dead. If you die of sickness or old age, essentially, if you're boring, you go to hell. Hell has a hall, a dreary hall, with snakes on the walls. She's a goth chick. And everything there is kind of mopey and sad. It's boring hell, exactly. It's where you go when you're a boring person. So don't die as a child. Don't die as an old man. Don't die of disease. Don't die of cutting your hand in the kitchen. Die bravely in battle. And you'll go to Valhalla. But actually, I gotta look up the actual name. Valhalla is one place you can go if you're the honored dead. The honored dead go to Valhalla or Freya's realm is something else. Afterlife. Helgafjell, the holy mountain, was one idea of the afterlife in which... What is Freya's realm? Freya's realm. Freya's realm. Folkvanger, Old Norse, Field of the Host. Don't die as a child is not exactly a choice. Fair. I can't argue with you there. So Freya has her own territory, and half of the slain in battle actually go to her. They don't go to Valhalla. So Odin only lays claim to half of the dead. Odin is the person who controls the Valkyrie, the choosers of the fallen. And so, theoretically speaking, Odin gets to choose his favorites out of the dead. But half of all the dead go to Freya's realm to serve Freya. And she's a different god. She does different things. But she's the goddess of beauty. She's the goddess of love. She's the goddess of a whole bunch of fancy stuff. But the idea is essentially that half of the dead go to Valhalla, a great hall in the sky, a mead hall in the sky, where people drink and party for all eternity, and they go out into the courtyard and they fight. And they fight to the death. And then when they die, the person who killed them puts their head back onto them, or their arm back onto them, or whatever. They chop each other to pieces, and then they stand back up, put themselves back together, and then go back and drink some more. And all of it is in the name of practice. Practice for the great battle that is to come at Ragnarok. Ragnarok is the end of the world, in which the gods will inevitably fall. Odin knows this. He knows he will die. He knows they will all die. And yet he marches towards that battle nonetheless. He prepares for that battle. Does he think it can be overcome? We don't know. But we know how it ends. We know that Odin falls to the wolf Garm. No. Fenris. And we know that Thor falls to Jormungand, the world serpent. But we know that they kill their opposers in these battles. So yeah, Odin gets killed by Fenris. But he kills Fenris in the process. And Thor kills Jormungand before realizing he's been bitten and that he has a lethal dose of poison coursing through his veins. But at least he at last tears apart the jaws of the mighty world serpent. So, oh yeah, that's the way that it goes. At the end, everyone dies. And yet, at the end of the sagas, at the end of the grim prediction for the end of the world, they say that they see a time in which those gods all stand back up and they go to a hall together and in a sort of an afterlife, and they live together in that afterlife in peace and harmony for all time thereafter. So it's not all bad. We're all going to die. Even our gods will die. But we'll all be resurrected in some other form. They talk about Nidhogg, the great serpent that chews at the roots of Yggdrasil, finally departing at that point. The first time in many eons that it has flown back all throughout history. It simply sat at the roots of Yggdrasil, chewing, just slowly eroding the foundations of all creation. And yet, after Ragnarok, it spreads its wings and takes flight, and is never to be seen again. So there are some interesting things. No. You'll have a hard time bringing Indigo into the Orthodox Church. But I don't think she actually believes in the Old Norse faith either. I think these are good stories, good tales, and in some cases, good advice, good words to live by. but just as often, terrible ideas. War eternal is no way to live. And yet, the gods of the Old Norse faith were engaged in just that, an eternal war. Frost giants, fire giants, you name it, they fight with everything. They fight with each other. But each of these realms has a people, and in a way, its own nature. Svartalfheim, which I'm filling in right now, is the home of the Svartalfur, the Dark Elves, the Dwarves, the Nibelung. Svartalfur are skilled craftspeople. They are shrewd and cunning, probably fairly strongly capitalistic. They are absolutely in it for profit. They live in the earth, they mine the earth. And then they refine the prizes they find down in there. Jewels, gold, silver, iron, weapons, and beautiful decorations. The most wonderful of all creations come from the Svartalfur. I think it's sad how little we learn about Norse mythology compared to Christianity. I agree. I think all of that's changing, at least in Norway. I think that the rule of Christianity is loosening its grip a little bit. People are getting a chance to become familiar with the old beliefs, the old faith. Norway takes a certain pride in its Viking ancestry. Not like Iceland. My God, Iceland. They love their myths. But Norway managed to hold on to them better than some places. You guys have your trolls. You don't see trolls displayed anywhere near as much anywhere else in Scandinavia. Except in Norway, where they're cute little totems to put on your desk at your office, or mostly in a hotel for tourists, but they're cute. They're loved. Instead of being terrible monsters, they're adorable. It's comforting to know that Norway held on to that piece of its heritage, in spite of the forced Christendom. They remembered where they came from. All because one dude with an axe went beheading people who wasn't Christian. Yeah. Well, there wasn't just one dude. Olav Tryggvason, Olav Hellig, all of the Christian Vikings who followed them. There were a couple of forceful Christian guys. Olav Hellig is the only saint depicted with a weapon, as far as I know. Carries a Dane axe. You don't see that on most saints. A man who perhaps missed the entire point of Christianity, and yet managed to forcibly install it in a country that didn't want it. That's quite impressive. Sounds like my country right now. There we go. Svartalfheim. Okay, I have to get some sleep. I have a meeting tomorrow. This is what it is like for me and Russian government. You work when they say, but if you have Phasma or Raft, we should play together. I have Phasmophobia. I would love to play Raft as well, but I actually have Phasmophobia. So yeah, we should definitely play that. Either way, thanks so much for tuning in, man. It means the world to see you back here. Tomorrow? Well, shit, I don't know. That's Indigo's time. Get at me in the Discord, and I'll let you know what's going on. Okay? But seriously, thanks for coming in. I haven't seen you in eons, and it just I'm just glad that you're still tuning in. Years later. So thanks, buddy. Hold it, bro. Lanimoso is good people. Herculoso, as his name now is, but when I met him, he was Lanimoso. Hold it, bro. On our Discord, he has an absolutely filthy name that I had to change. It was part of a joke about a song from Russia, I guess. But it doesn't play here in the States. Oh, boy. Sip. Shit is more like. I don't have anything to drink. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I'll drink something just for you. Let's see here. What I got? Oh, no. Oh no, guys. Oh no, I was gonna go get a water, but then I accidentally got this rare Voss from Omega. Oh no, what happened? Oops. I know, right? It's a travesty. I'm in kind of a Belgian mood tonight. Rare Voss is another very Belgian-y style. It's an amber ale with orange peel, grains of paradise, and coriander, and it's good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see here. What's up here? It's fun though because his girlfriend has taught him some things about modern Norway, but I don't think that Lanimoso has like a huge understanding of their history, of their myths and legends and that sort of thing. So we talk about that stuff, and he's interested to hear it. Like I've talked about all kinds of wacky folk tales and legends on my stream, everything from the Norse gods to like Nukken and Huldra and all the other fun myths. Len even told us the other day about something called the Milk Witch, which she said she wasn't hugely familiar with, but she was looking up old Norse folktales and found the Milk Witch, and the rest of us just had an absolute fucking party with it. We loved it, so we ran with it. But the fact that we have these different people from different countries coming into the chat and stuff, it's an opportunity to share and to learn about each other's cultures. Lanimoso, he's moved to Macedonia. He'd never been there before. He didn't know anything about the place. He just moved there for a job, and And now he's learning stuff, and he's sharing photos of like town squares and these vacation destinations and things like that. And it's so pretty there, and I actually get to see a new place that I otherwise wouldn't have. That exchange is really fantastic, in my opinion. It's one of the best things that I've got going for me in my life. So, I'm glad you're here, Hunknot, because you can share some stories about Norway with me, and maybe you can teach me some new things that I don't know. There's a whole country's worth of history to learn. Do you know any cool folk tales? Any names of stories I should look up? I had a copy of Norse Folk Eventyr, but I gave it to my nephew. Fact of the stream, you say? That's a bold claim. Hit me. Norway invented the Ostehøvel. Ostehøvel? Is that the little cheese slicing tool? That's nothing to be proud of. I'm kidding. They're fun. They're not well regarded here in America. We think they're a nonsensical invention. I think Indigo and I might have one. I'm not sure, but we do love our cheese here. So I suppose that wouldn't be too much of a surprise. The Ostehøvel. Did I say that right? I want to make sure my pronunciation is good. Yeah. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah. Yeah. It's there. Should it be Ostehøvel? 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 That gets a little it gets a little weird in there, man. More I always have trouble with that guy. Ostehøvel. 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 Husker du at jeg snakker Oslo-dialekten? I speak Oslo dialect. I don't know if you have the same pronunciations of the sounds as I do. I don't know. I could be doing it wrong for you and right for where I am. And the E is pronounced a little different. All right. Well, I'm looking now. I'm gonna look it up. Now you pissed me off. I gotta defend my honor here. Ostehøvel. The cheese grater. Alright, now say it. Ostehøvle. Okay, so it's gotta have the E at the end.
Ostehøvle.
Ostehøvle. Ostehøvle.
Ostehøvle.
Ostehøvle.
Ostehøvel.
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 Høvel. Høvel. Osterhövel. Okay. Osterhövel. Hövel. 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 Osterhövel. I can hear Indigo laughing at me from the next room. I'll get it. I'm trying over here. Osterhövel.
Ostehövel. Ostehövel.
Osterhövel.
Ostehövel.
Osterhövel. Oster. Osterhövel. Some more cognac. I think we are there. A little more cognac, and you think we're there? Yeah, it's discovered it all. Yeah, no joke, dude. That's an honest to God fact. When I went to Norway, if I went to a bar and I'd had a few drinks, I got a lot more comfortable with just saying things instead of like trying to make sure I was getting them 100% right, and I would just say a sentence, and people would always be like, like excited. I just remember this one dude. I was hanging out up in Boulder at a karaoke club called The Match. It's in a basement. I don't know if you've been there. But this one guy, I said some stuff in Norwegian after I'd had a significant amount of fishermen's and akavit. And this guy was like, dude, you sound fucking Norwegian. Like, he was so excited. It was awesome. We were pretty trashed. I'm not going to say I advocate for colossal drinking. I actually usually try to keep alcohol in moderation. But when people keep handing you drinks and you don't want to be rude, and so you just keep drinking whatever it is that they hand you, you can get really fucked up really quick. It gets, frankly, a bit much. At some point or another, you've got to just say, like, guys, I can't do this anymore. But they were trying to give me the genuine Norwegian beverage experience. You're allowed to just say no. Well, you are and you aren't. You could say no the first time, and then they're like, "Oh, this guy's no fun." You could say no the fourth time, but at that point you're already drunk. So it's self-restraint gets interesting at that particular window. I was trying to play and have fun with the locals, and I was trying to be the fun, cool American who had come to their country and who respected and appreciated their culture. And a lot of the folks up in Boulder have an expression. They say, "You're not above the Arctic Circle. You're above the moral circle." Those good Christian folks live down in the South. And this is where we happy heathens are allowed to do what we want to do. And so they got me drunk. And it didn't happen a lot while I was over there. As a woman, I would not feel comfortable getting trashed in another country with people I don't know. Well, that's one of the advantages of being a big burly dude. Admittedly, at the state that I walked out of that place, they don't cut you off at 2 a.m. They cut you off at 3 a.m., if I remember correctly. It's 3 a.m. We stumble out of there. The sun is up again. And I'm like, what? How long were we in there? And they all start laughing. And they go, we're in the land of the midnight sun, remember? And I was like, oh, yeah, okay. It's August in Boulder, and it's 3 a.m. and I'm drunk. And it was in the state that I was in, even as a large burly man, somebody could have taken advantage of me. It was. I'm not proud. This is not a. It's not a story that I tell as a badge of honor. This is a story that I tell because it's very real and it happened, and it's the fact. I'm just saying. I accepted the drinks that were given me, and people were enthusiastic to buy me drinks, and it got a little out of hand. So I would, if I were you, if I were in your situation, I would be more cautious than I was, because I was an amateur. I went in there going, I'm a big guy, I can handle my liquor. Not like a northern Norwegian, you can't. These people can drink you under the table. These people can keep drinking after they sleep. They're out cold. You put a bottle to their lips and they go... They just know. It's instinctual. I've never seen anybody drink like somebody from above the Arctic Circle. It's insane. It's frightening. So to anybody thinking about becoming a tourist in Norway, be aware. You ever puked in negative 20 Celsius snow? I haven't. I'm fairly pleased to say that I have not thrown up from drinking. Not ever. Just not very much. There was one incident which Laura will recall that involves an entire pack of clove cigarettes, an entire sleeve of Oreos, an entire pint of Captain Morgan's, and sitting outside at a drive-in theater during a thunderstorm that did not entirely agree with me, and yes, I was sick. But other than that, my experiences with alcohol have been, well, like I said, there's a family history, and it's a solid puck after 5 to 10 minutes. Jesus Christ. It's just not something I do. Like I said, there's a family history. It's something I have to be careful about. So sometimes I have 2 beers, but most of the time I keep it at 1, just because it's dangerous territory for me and my bloodline, I'm afraid. It's something I have to be cognizant of. But there are a few stories that I have, like the story of Drunk Pat and the open-faced chicken sandwich. That takes place in Lillehammer, Norway, during Students' Week. No, was it? Yes, it was Lillehammer. Okay, so during Students' Week at Lillehammer, there were all new college students doing fun orientation exercises before they actually started school. And there were chaperones who were also students. They were upperclassmen. They were all wearing tie-dye t-shirts. They were color coordinated. And yet, the funny thing about it is, it being Norway, everyone was blonde. The men, the women, the long hair, the short hair, just a sea of blonde hair as far as the eye could see. It was amazing. And I went to a place called Haakon's Pub, where I met a British guy who had met his girlfriend on World of Warcraft and moved to Norway in order to be with her. And he was a metalhead. He had long brown hair, and he had a fabulous goatee. And above the bar, there was a bottle of Buffalo Trace bourbon, which I was surprised to see in a Norwegian bar. So I was excited, and I asked for a glass of Buffalo Trace bourbon, and I asked him to play me some Motorhead. He was a big Motorhead fan, and at the time I was going through a bit of a Motorhead phase, and so we set the soundtrack to just play Håkon, My mistake. I'm sorry. It was spelled Haakon. I didn't realize that it was supposed to be the HA with a little circle over it. So it was Håkon's pub. In any case, there were furs on the walls. It was hardwoods. It was dark. And at the bar, there were posters of various metal bands. And I saw a Motorhead poster, and I said, "Hey, have you got any Motorhead on that thing?" And he said, "Are you kidding?" And the night began. I did not pay for half of my drinks that evening because this guy was so pleased to see somebody who was not a teenager, who knew their booze, and who listened to metal, that when my tab came due, he had charged me for only half of my drinks. So it just goes to show you that every once in a while, you catch a break for being a nerd. Because that's what it is. He was a World of Warcraft fan, and so was I, and he was a metalhead, and so was I, and so am I, and we were both, kind of snobby booze elitists. We were looking for only the good stuff, and I opened up that bottle, and he hadn't had any of the Buffalo Trace, so he had himself a glass as well, and he was like, "God damn, this is good." So he drank it, I drank it, and everybody was happy. That was a hell of a night. But it gets a little bit wilder towards the end. Because I go out of the bar and start heading back to my hostel. The hostel is built above a train station. And I know that. I don't really have great directions, and at this point, I don't have a cell phone. I have an iPod that has GPS, but doesn't have any data. So I don't have any way to actually get, good directions. It gives me very slow loading approximate directions, and occasionally my little dot on the map jumps from here to the next street over. It's very confusing even when you're sober. So I am trying to find my way home, and at one point or another, I notice there are a massive number of people in the streets. The bars are closing. It is quite dark out. And there is just a colossal cluster of blonde hair. And I'm like, what is this? Why is everybody congregating here? Shouldn't everybody be going home? The answer is no. Because there's a kebab shop that is open for, well, let's be honest, the drunks. It's a kebab shop that caters specifically to people who are tanked and want something to eat before they go home. And so this little kebab shop is just overblown with a massive crowd of blonde people. A sea of blonde hair before me. And I wade through this sea, and I get to the counter of that kebab shop. And there are 3 Middle Eastern dudes who are sweating their asses off, just making as much food as they possibly can to serve to this huge melee of drunk kids. Business is booming, yes. And these guys are making a killing, no doubt about it. Because it's $7 a sandwich? I don't know what it was in Krona, but it broke down to be basically $7 a sandwich. And there's 400 people. It's not just in the place, but outside the place. It's work to get in there and get food, So I go in and I get my sandwich. And this is just the best food I've ever eaten in my entire life. It is chicken in pita with some sort of a white sauce. And if I told you that I knew what that sauce was, what went into that sauce, or even what it tastes like now, I'd be lying. I have no idea what this sauce was. All I know is that when I ate it right then at that moment, after 7 glasses of bourbon, it was my favorite thing. And so I really didn't want to drop this sandwich as I stumbled home late that night through the streets. And so when I came upon a chain link fence, and on the other end of that chain link fence was very definitely the train station, I got a little worried because I didn't know how to get from the one side of the fence to the other. I knew that I could walk several blocks in either direction to try to find my way home, but I didn't know that either of those directions were actually going to pan out for me. What I knew was that going straight would get me home. And so I somehow managed to one-handed, because again, I'm holding a chicken sandwich, one-handed climb over a chain link fence roughly 2 feet taller than I am. So let's say an 8-foot chain link fence. I climbed over that thing with the sandwich gyroscopically stabilized in my hand. I can't do that. Like right now, if you asked me to climb over a chain link fence that was 4 feet tall, I can't do it. So I have no idea how this happened. All I know is that I landed on the other end of said fence with my chicken sandwich fully intact. And I continued to gobble that shit up on my way home. And it was fantastic. And then I went back to the hostel. And then my consciousness left me at the very instant that my head hit the pillow. I was spent. So that is the story that I call Drunk Pat and the open-faced chicken sandwich. I got where I was going. It was a miracle that I did so. I woke up without a hangover, which shocked me. Rarely have I drank so much in my life. Seven glasses of bourbon. Jesus Christ. So I'm down to 2 viewers, so I've alienated the vast majority of my audience with that story. Apparently you guys don't like hearing about Drunk Pat. I don't know. It was a kebab sandwich, yes. Have you stopped working? No, you're still... Ow, fuck. Alright, no, you're still quite hot to the touch. You just don't burn wood anymore at this temperature. Again, that story is about a younger man. That story is about a younger man with fewer inhibitions. I have grown since that story. I like to think that I have developed into a more complicated person since that story. But that's, you know what, I'm not proud of. There are some places where I've heard stories. People will tell you a story about them drunk, and then they'll act like they're proud of that story. I'm not proud of Drunk Pat, but I'm also not particularly ashamed of Drunk Pat. Drunk Pat had some fun in another country. Sober Pat also had a lot of fun in that other country. I ate amazing foods. I tried all kinds of different stuff. I saw things that some people wouldn't believe. If I told you that there is a cave at the top of a mountain where there's a naturally occurring waterfall inside that cave and a skylight that refracts the light in such a way that makes it look like there is a fucking rainbow inside of that cave, there are people who would say that's fantasy. I've been there. I've seen it. There are people who would say that there's no way you could live in a country that pays for paternity and maternity leave. In fact, quite a few Americans wouldn't believe that story. But it's 100% true. Where the mists gather round the mountains like a skirt, like a ballerina's tutu in the mornings, where the sun rises at 3 a.m. and then sets sometime around 1. There are people who would not believe that story, but I've been there and I've seen it, and I'm in love with it, and I'll never forget it. So if you watch through my wacky little show on YouTube, Adventure Time Norway, you'll see all of those things about your country that you've begun to take for granted through fresh eyes. And you'll say, this place is pretty good after all. At least I hope that's what you'll say. Because if there's some part of you that's disenchanted or bored of Norway, that's a goddamn crime. It is. It's a wonderful place. It's a beautiful place. I also highly recommend South Korea. It being the only other major foreign expedition I've ever taken. But it was a good time. Of course, if you were to go there, they'd try to talk to you in English, and then when you didn't respond in an American accent, they'd be like, oh? But you speak English. You speak English perfectly, so I imagine they'd probably just be fine. That was a fun moment, albeit a silly one. What was it? I was at an airport going to Jeju Island. So we're in Seoul, South Korea, and we're boarding an airplane to go to Jeju Island off the southern coast. And there's a group of Chinese students. They're all wearing Chinese school uniforms. And there's other people there too. There's plenty of, adults, most of whom I assume are Korean. And the Chinese kids see me and my family. And apparently, one of them goes, "This is my chance." And he turns to me and he says, "Nice to meet you." And I say, "Nice to meet you too." And his whole group of friends go, "Oh!" They're thrilled. We've made contact with the American. It's those little exchanges. You think you don't have anything in common with a person from different sides of the planet. But a few words can bring so much happiness. I don't think I'll ever forget that group of kids. You know? They had no reason to say hi to me. They could have just continued on their trip, but they were excited to see somebody from a different country. And so they gave it a shot. They tried their English on me. That's just the fucking best. It's just the absolute best. Just trying to share a moment. Marvelous. On the other side of the planet. Not in my home. Not in my safe space. Still connecting with people. Assuming nothing. And just enjoying each other's company. Marvelous. Nice to meet you. I have that on tape. Not tape, digital. I have it recorded. It's something I can go back and watch anytime I like. I had the camera rolling. And that's another wonderful thing, is just being able to record what you do. And maybe someday share it with other people. I would love to share those videos on my YouTube channel at some point. My family does not like them. Because when you are the last person in the group walking behind everybody, and you've got a camera, you see everybody's butts. My family doesn't want their butts on YouTube. And that's why I'm not allowed to post those videos. Otherwise it'd be fine. They're all camera shy to begin with. I'm the only person who does this nonsense. Posting myself all over the internet. My mother says, "You're looking right at my ass and it looks fat." Huh. My brother's coming around. He's talking about doing TikTok videos. Says he might actually do some internet comedy. I think that'll be fun. He's frankly, my brother Nick is much funnier than I am. Stepped away for a bit. You're making great progress. Looking great. I said way too much there. Not making very good use of my collections. Yeah. Hey, you're a great guy with great skills who's going to do great. What the hell? I'm coming with you. Fantastic, Laura. No, that's fine. I appreciate the compliments. I appreciate the encouragement. It's coming along. It's gonna look a bit wonky, I'm afraid. Especially down towards the roots, it's gonna get real weird. But you know, what are you gonna do? Actually, what I'd like to do with some of this, like I've done, well, I mean, I'd be completely defying the rest of the pattern if I were to do it here, but I wanted to do some little fluff things. So, you know, show that there are leaves overgrowing those branches. Too late. You didn't do that with any of the rest. Why would you do it with this one? If it didn't work the first time, why would it work the second time? Either way, I keep having that awe moment the more I explore with my friend. How? Explain. Explain yourself, Hank Knott. Jag förstår icke. Jag vill hur mer. There's songs I want to play in the background, but I can't because they get copyright striked or whatever. I want to listen to some Glittertind while I'm doing this. And seeing the waterfall in the cave feeling. Oh, nice. Good. Okay. So you are out and exploring with your friend, and you're seeing things that make you go, wow. Things that give you that magical feeling down in your guts. The gut feeling. I love that feeling. Yay! Hi, Lynn. Hvordan går det med dig? Har du det fint? Har du det bra? Har du det dårligt? Jeg har en norsk strand. But I have to travel further every time and still make it back to school. And yeah, I know that's tough. That's why the trip that I took was a solid month long, you know, and that gives you so much more when you have the ability to just travel freely. And you can't have that yet because you're in school, but you will at some point or another. You'll be able to wander and explore and see more. And then you'll start to feel that thing in your guts. That fantastic, awe-inspiring, wonderful thing that makes you feel like life is worth living. Bra, jag har varit på jobb. That's fair. How was work? Hank Knott was trying to get me to properly pronounce... Oh, Jesus Christ, where has it gone? Ostehövle. Ostehövel.
Ostehövel.
Ostehövel. Ostehövel. Am I saying it right now, Hank Knott? Hank Knott is from Trondheim, but he lives in Bodø. Bodø. It's better. It's a secret, man. More alcohol. A little liquid courage, you know what I mean? So pleased to have Lynn here now. That makes me happy. It's the little things in life, I suppose, but having a good friend with you goes a long way. This is a fun stream. In spite of all of the follows I've gotten from Haas there, this has been a good stream. I'm not quite done yet, but it's gone well. A bit tiring, but also nice. I start training for the new job on the 16th. Ah, yes, Ostehövel. Ostehövel. Essential Norwegian vocab. Yes. I knew what it was even before he told me. He said Ostehövel, and I was like, is that the little Norwegian cheese cutter thing? And he's like, yes. I'm like, it's not well regarded here in the U.S. Although I had one. No joke, I had one growing up. We had one in the house. I don't think any of us knew what the hell it was for, but we had it in the weird silverware drawer, along with the big spoons and the nutcrackers and the other. There's always two silverware drawers. You got your silverware drawer for the stuff that you use on a regular basis, and then you got all the weird tools like your can opener and your nutcrackers and stuff. And the Ostehövel was in there with all of the stuff you don't use that often. It may have just been a pie server. Honestly, I get a hard time about this a lot from my family. I'll remember stuff that just wasn't there. I'll remember things that didn't happen, you know. My explanation is that it's past life experience intruding on the current life. That's my theory. Is this legible? Can you read these things? Oops. Like, does this look like Yggdrasil to you? News translator at NRK. Well, you just let me know if they need a video editor, Lynn. I'll bounce out of this country anytime you let me. Anytime you find me something better. Which is literally just about anything. Do they need a janitor at the NRK? Because I'll do that. I will clean. I would shovel horse shit if it meant getting out of this country. Still want you to be a voice actor? Ah, that'd be fun. If I could be a voice actor professionally, that would be a cool time. Use all my different voices and such, all my different characters that I've worked on over the years. A grizzled 1860s prospector. Suppose I could use that just as well as I could use my mane, a fancy fella up from the North Country. My understanding is that if you travel far north enough, you'll find an accent just like this one. Even learn well enough to say, yup, when somebody asks me a question. You go ahead and make your jokes about Pepperidge Farms, but this is just the way I talk. Yeah, Hanknot. You're a student, right? What are you going to school for? Filmmekaniker. Skol i Bodø. Filmmekaniker? Are you going to film school? No. Flea mechaniker. Plane mechanics. Aeronautics? That's the weirdest goddamn thing on the planet. The other guy, well, he goes by definition in Discord, but I don't remember what his screen name is on here. He's a guy from, yeah, 100%, Lynn. You're 100% right. He's going to school for aeronautics. That's the funniest goddamn thing. He's originally from. Bloody hell. No, I'm mad at myself because I can't remember. He lives in Qatar now, but he's originally from... Nope, don't remember. It's gone. It's gone right now. But he lives in the country of Qatar at the moment, and he's attending university to become an aeronautics engineer. If you hop in the Discord, his name's Definition in there. That's a nice kid. Sudan. Yes, you're 100% right. He's from Sudan. Sudanese, and then moved to Qatar. He's a nice guy. Then again, the folks who join the Discord usually are folks who you know, when somebody comes in here and they're being kind of, I don't really mention the Discord. You know what I mean? I mention the Discord to the folks who I want hanging around the Discord. That's kind of the plan. You know what I'm saying? Okay. I'm not going to go to the roots yet. Right now, what I want to do is I want to focus on building up the trees and stuff, the plants, and to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to switch to a different head, and I'm going to shade in these areas because I want it to look more less linear, more organic, more abstract. Is the hope. So I've got to turn this thing off for a few, and I've got to switch to a different head. Now I've got so many different heads to choose from, and it becomes a question of which one do I think has the surface area necessary to do the kind of things that I'm doing. And honestly, I think this weird thing, I'm pretty sure this thing is supposed to be a dolphin, but that doesn't matter. I'm going to make it a leaf. And then I'm going to use that as sort of a heat radiator to do the stuff that I'm doing. It's easy to find a place to get set experience. Wait. After this school year, I need 3 years of experience working to get my fagbrev. Var in fagbrev. Working papers? Brev is in letter. Brev is letter. Fag brev. That's got to be work lever, right? Work, kind of? Working papers? Look at me. Oh, well, I've got to cool this off somehow. So, it's already cooled off. What's that? There we go. Yeah, it's already cooled off. Nice. Alright. Certification. Fucking hell. Then 3 more in specializing before I get a license. Oh my god. Years and years and years worth of work. I went to school for 4 years. Went to college for television and film production for 4 years. Obviously, I don't work in television or film production. So that degree was effectively useless. But not entirely. I've applied those skills here in making my funny little internet show. So it has, at least to some extent, paid for itself. Oh boy. This is really quite on there, guys. Oh dear. I don't know if I can get this out of the... That sucks. Alright, well, I'll tell you what. I'll take the whole thing off. The speed, honestly, the speed with which this thing sheds heat and becomes handleable again is amazing. I cannot believe how simple and yet how functional the engineering is on a thing like this. You just have a piece of conductive metal that heats up and cooks really quickly, and then becomes cool enough to handle shortly after. It's mind-boggling. A few extra years for a new education on another subject before I consider my education complete. That is a good question, Lynn. Yeah, I'm literally able to just touch it. I wouldn't want to hold on to it for any great length of time, but I can actually just pick it up and touch it. Avionics. Yeah, that makes sense. The two go together quite well. The actual engineering aspect and then the sort of concept. Practical application meets theorem. Oh my god. It's so in there. Guys, this thing is... I don't want to say I fused the metals, but it's pretty fucking close. This is not coming out of there without a fight. I'm gonna need another pair of pliers to do this. Do you hear that woofer? There's a very sweet pup who lives downstairs, but unfortunately he's not used to apartment life. I'm afraid it's freaking him out to some extent. He barks most of the day. It's not my favorite thing. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta go see if I got another pair of pliers around here, okay? Talk amongst yourselves. Baby, I've got Chiquita stuck in my head again. A bed and breakfast. It's named around old Viking meatballs. And you like you're staying in the meat hall. And we'll have these.
Wait, are you done streaming? Or?
Oh no. Oh my no. No, I'm just looking for another pair of pliers because I cannot separate the piece, the burning piece from the hey guys, I'm back. The other subject is jet motors, engines. That's quite a topic. Which way do I turn you to? You have to go lefty-loosey, right? This is so jacked. You have to come out of there. You need to come out of there. Okay. So let go of that thing. It's fused. Did I use it for too long? Because look at it. It's just fused in there. Like, the metal's discolored. It looks like... Try heating up the outer part with boiling water, then pulling it out? Jesus Christ. I wasn't looking for a physics experiment. I just wanted to have the tip of the thing come out. I got a better idea. You ready for my better idea? Check this out. Hang on. Bam! That's right, a second wood burning kit. I don't have to do any of this shit. Because that's just, I'm not going through all that. Use the second wood burning kit. Oh boy. Hook that up to the thing. The other thing, take this out of there right now. This is a substantially simpler wood burning kit that doesn't have a fun I change temperatures setting on it, and is basically made out of pig iron. Like it's kind of a piece of garbage. And if I'm being honest, when dealing with a wood burning kit, what you kind of want is a piece of garbage. I don't want an enormous, complicated technical device. I just want a fucking wood burning kit. So this, with its temperature changing mechanism and its all of these crazy interchangeable pieces, might just be a wee bit too complicated. Instead, I think one piece that you screw a thing into and then screw the thing out of might be the way to go. Complicated, interchangeable nonsense. Who needs it? Who needs any of that? Are the blue lines in crayon? Will you use the burner on those too? Well, that's the idea. Yes. So let me explain. So the blue lines that you see, that's the leafage, the roughage around the actual what I would call branches or trunk of the tree. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of shade these pieces in. In retrospect, I probably should have done like a hard line around this particular blue edge, but the rest of them, they're all going to be kind of feathered, and that's all part of my brilliant scheme. You'll see. But yes, the blue lines are meant to be sort of soft lines. But my goodness, what a complicated thing a wood burning tool is. I did not realize how enormously involved these things were. They really are. There's quite a lot going on. That's just silly, though. There shouldn't be. It should just be a simple tool. A simple tool used by simple men to do simple tasks. Now, obviously, it looks like I'm about to brand myself. That's not the plan. I'm just trying to see when it becomes hot. I suppose I could do that by using this other piece of wood and touching it directly to that other piece of wood and seeing when I leave a mark. That's a mark. Okay, so it's definitely heating up. It's definitely doing its job. Now what I really want is to not even touch this piece of wood and simply radiate heat at it. But I don't think that's going to work. I don't think that's how this works. Any of this works at all. I think instead what I'm going to do is sort of move this along here. There we go. See that? A little bit of burning there. So there we go. Good. Now I wonder what one does to when one's done with their work to make these. I can't go over it with an eraser. I'll just chip away all the black. Like, how do you make the colored pencil go away? Wash it off? I don't know. Probably sanding. Probably like a quick sand with a high grit sandpaper is probably the best way to make that all go away. That's my theory on it. Just trying to communicate with the baby. Did you hear? Did you hear a response? I can hear it. If I make that noise, she makes it back. It's how we talk to each other over distances. It's how we find each other in the supermarket. No, I'm kidding. We don't go to the supermarket. But you get the idea. I think part of me wanted to make like these forward branches, these like this puff here. Part of me wanted to make that darker for emphasis sake. Do I make it darker or do I make it lighter? Logic says I would make it lighter in order to make it stand out from the background. But then I need something to contrast around the word itself, Alfheim or Vonheim. And so the other lunatic part of me says, leave that part bare. Make it very dark in those areas around it, and then make it a light smokiness in the background. So I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. This is going to wind up being the lighter kind of thing, and then those areas around those specific words are going to wind up being darker. Now I'll still do a nice dark line down here by the actual like line of definition for what is the edge of this foliage here. But the rest of it I think I'll keep quite light. So do either of you know very much about Alfheim? What are, like, I know the elves are supposed to be these sort of pretty magical beings, But in the context of Norse mythology, what purpose do they serve? I usually think of the different races, the different species of Norse mythology as being sort of like allegories for other tribes that they might have encountered. The Ossir are a tribe of men. And then they meet Svartalfar. Well, that's just the people from Damascus, isn't it? They're the desirable smiths. They have darker skin than us. They make incredible tools, jewelry, weaponry. They sell us the good stuff. They're merchants. That's just the Norse trading with the Arabs. That's Svartalfheim right there. What is Alfheim? In the context of myths or in the context of the real world? What do you suppose it was? Because they're supposed to be incredibly bright beings. How do you outbright the Norse? You're blonde, you're tall, you're white as hell. How do you out-white white people? The Vanir, I think, were just another group of people. They're the equals of the gods. The Aesir, the Vanir, they're just another tribe on par. Perhaps the Rus? They were going to win against the Aesir until the Aesir offered a truce that ended the war. So the Vanir I could see being, I don't know. Like I said, the Rus, or I could see them being just another Scandinavian nation. Maybe the Aesir are the Norwegians and the Vanir are the Danes. And they decided that they would work together, become one clan, so to speak. Maybe Alfheim is Sweden. The Danes are some cool people. You think so? I've met a bunch of Danes in my time. It seems like a cool country full of cool people. Lynn and I have discussed the sort of cultural identity of the different Scandic nations, and she said that she thinks of the Danes as being sort of the bon vivants of the Scandic culture. They're more outgoing, they're more cheerful, perhaps more bubbly and joyful than the other Scandinavians. Swedes are very straight-laced. At least that's how I think of them. I think of the Swedes as being sort of like, this is, hello, we're your IT team. Perhaps a bit smug. Definitely capable. A little too buttoned down. And maybe a little bit on the arrogant side. I think of the Norwegians as being the weird uncle of Norway, or of Scandinavia. They live in a cabin. They don't talk very much, and when they do talk, they tend to say strange things. But I can identify with that. I'm a weird uncle myself. Iceland is a confused grandpa remembering the golden age. No, I'm kidding. That's like when they ran away from the Christians and were trying to preserve the Viking bloodlines and all of that. But these days, they're like your New Age cousin who wants to tell you all about Jesus. Now, I don't know that much about Iceland. I just know that there's a part of it that's very Christian. And then there's a part of it who's very much not. So I looked into Alfheim. Froy lived there. And light elves. Light elves are a concept that only occurs in Snorri's text. Oh, so that's not... They don't even talk about the light elves in the Poetic Edda? It's only in the Prose Edda? That's interesting. I wonder why that is. The Norwegian Encyclopedia suggests this light and dark thing could be adopted from the Christian faith. That's possible, and that makes sense to me that there is a concept of lightness and darkness. But I genuinely think, just based on the description of the species, the Svartalfheim, the dwarves are prized smiths. They're of darker complexion. They're smaller than us. That's Middle Easterners. The Norse were pretty big for people at that time. Middle Easterners were way more advanced than most of mainland Europe. They had technical mastery, understanding of astrology or astronomy. I mean, they had they were just way beyond us, technically speaking, for centuries ahead. So it just seems to me that if we're describing a people with a darker complexion than us, who are prized smiths and who we trade with, it just makes sense to me that that would be Middle Easterners that they're talking about. They did believe in elves way before that. Light and dark. Light elves. The dark elves. And are dark elves... That's another question. Svartalfar, are they the same thing as dwarves? Or are they their own animal? These are the questions that keep me up at night, Lynn. From your perspective, how does that look? Is it too... It's too dark, right? I'm going to have to go over it with sandpaper at some point. I feel like it's too dark. I wonder. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll go over that with sandpaper. Svartalfar and dwarves could be used interchangeably sometimes. Okay. That's what I thought. It's been a while since I did... Oh, that's okay. I don't call myself an expert either. And I retell stories in modern terms. Like I was doing a whole bit with the Loki turning into a horse and then getting pregnant. I did a whole segment on that where I was just talking about it like I knew what the hell I was talking about, but honestly it had been so long since I had heard the story that some of my facts got crossed and I had to go back and go, wait, is that right? And then I don't present myself to be an expert. I'm an enthusiast, is what I would say. Okay, so that looks, from your perspective, like I've just completely erased the words, but I haven't. And what I want to do is I want to go over this with some sandpaper in certain places to reduce the impact of the burning. But I want to get a good even coat over this thing, and then I want to burn harder beneath it. Like, I could... Man... I wanted to go heavier on the front, but I just don't feel like I can. I just don't feel like it works. I don't know. Let me get some sandpaper and we'll find out. Let's find out together, shall we? Where did I put that sandpaper? Here it is. Oh, well, yeah, sanding inside. Always a good idea. Let's find out. Just a wee bit. Just a bit. Just a touch. Just a touch of olive oil. Just a touch. Yeah? Completely imperceptible, the difference, right? Okay, so it comes out lighter, and then I've just got to go over the letters darker. That's my theory. That's my plan of action. It's recommended for an average male adult to consume about 2,500 calories a... Yes? Where are we going with this? And a gallon of gasoline contains 31,000 kilocalories. Okay. I'm listening. Are you suggesting that I should consume a certain amount of gallon of gasoline? So if you consume 1/3 a gallon of gasoline, 1/3 would be 10,000. It's going to last you the rest of your life. No. No, actually, it's only going to last you a couple weeks. Well, I mean, I see what you did there. Because it doesn't matter, because if you drank 1/3 of a gallon of gasoline, you'd be fucking dead. So, that that solves that whole problem right there, is what you're saying. I got you. I got you. I see what you're doing. It is the rest of your life is going to be pretty short, and that is why that amount of gasoline is going to be enough calories. It's all clear to me now. Why did you choose to share this fact with me now, Agnot? Are you saying the stream is becoming stagnant and that you want to see me take down a third of a gallon of gasoline? Is it getting a little boring for you, buddy? Just random Google things. I just Google random things when I drink. Are you drinking? What are you drinking? Anything good? It's not an Orkney Skull Splitter, is it? Regular beer? Dahl's Pilsner? I don't know if you know this about me, but beer is kind of a big place, so you're going to have to be a little bit more specific. It's from Home Brewery in Boulder? Oh, cool. You should send me some of that stuff. I'd like to try it. I gotta get a P.O. box. If I got a P.O. box, people could send me Norwegian beer. And instead of saying that I drink weird beer, I could say I drink Norwegian beer. And they'd be like, what's that? And I'd be like, oh, wouldn't you like to know? Local brewery. So if you live in Boulder, I wonder if you've ever met my friend. I have a friend in Boulder named Yana. She's one wacky chick. She occasionally will send me a picture of the walrus. I think I might have offended her, though. At some point or another, she reposted a link on Facebook about some coronavirus denying university professor or some bullshit. And I responded that that university professor should be laughed out of their teaching position, and that if she wanted to know how real coronavirus was, she could come visit me here in America. She didn't respond to that. I haven't seen her in a while. It's a shame how facts can screw up your relationships with people, isn't it? Nobody wants to deal with this thing. This dreadful bug that we've got floating around the country, around the world. Everyone wants to just pretend that it's over or that it's not real. much more fun than dealing with the reality of it. Bolden.com. Alright, I'll check it out. This particular head on the kit is it's very slow, and it almost seems to like bend and warp as you use it. Weird. My plan for this piece, let me guess, are you drinking the Runaway one? Well, now I'm curious, because Lynn's been on the website. There's more than one type of beer from this brewery. Saltstraumen, I've been there. They have a beer named after Saltstraumen? I will make it my goal to attain and drink this beer. And sample this beer. Is it? What kind of beer is it? Do you guys have names for different kinds of beer over there? Like I mentioned like an India Pale Ale or a Scottish Wee Heavy or a Saison, or, you know, like you guys, you have the same thing over there, right? Like you can get the different kinds of beer. It's not all just like they just call it beer and you have to guess. It's a Saison? Nice. I love a Saison. As long as it's not a sour Saison. Now you make me nervous. Saltstraumen could be a sour Saison. Because of the saltiness. Because of the sea-ishness. I have a brilliant plan for this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and I'm going to burn all of this and just get all the patterns, right? So it's just going to look like leaves all the way through here. Then I'm going to go over it and I'm going to sand it, right? Then I'm going to go through and I'm going to shore up the letters. I'm going to make them deeper, burn them in harder. Then I'm going to go through and I'm going to do even darker in these patches. Specifically what I'm going to call the front bushy parts. Then I'm going to sand them. Then I'm going to go through and I'm going to make the letters even darker again. So that there's a strong contrast between the whole thing. That's my brilliant plan. It's going to be essentially 3 layers of darkness here. There's going to be a light darkness in the background, because like with mountains and things, yes, they're huge, they're massive, and they're opaque. But when they're off in the distance, they almost seem to turn a faded color, like they're vanishing off onto that horizon. And then the things in the foreground are more opaque to you, even if they're smaller. It's a weird phenomenon of light. And so that's what I want to mimic here. But the thing that I want to be the darkest and the most visible and obvious is going to be the letters, because I want them to be legible. That's my plan. They were originally meant for a trip at the top of a mountain. But I forgot it. Ah, that sucks. Well, next time, you should go to Trollskika. Climb up there and see the really cool waterfall in the cave. And then you can drink another one of those saisons. Sounds like a plan to me. In any case, it is just closing in on 8 o'clock. We've been doing this. We've been at this for quite some time, you and I, my friends. And so I'm going to say thank you guys very much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the stream. It's been a weird one. We got to do some drawing. We got to do some wood burning. We talked about some mental health stuff. We talked about some political stuff. We talked about some old Norse mythology. And largely, I think we kept it pretty positive. So I hope it was a fun one for you guys. I would like to do more art streams like this. I'd like this to become a bigger thing. I think next time, maybe I might try doing a wood carving stream. I could theoretically try doing foam smithing. I don't know if you guys are familiar with foam smithing, but it's taking EVA foam or foam rubber and making fake armor. So I could make some shoulder pads that look like they're made out of metal, but they're actually just made out of a soft foam material, and they're ultra lightweight. I've done it before, and by God, I'll do it again. We could even paint those things, try to make them look like realistic metal, that kind of thing. So if you guys want to join me for that stuff, sound off in the Discord. Let me know what you'd like to see. Do you want to see more games? Do you want to see more creative stuff like this? What's your cup of tea? Because I'd surely like to hear your opinion on it. Because whatever it is that interests you, interests me. And we could try doing that stuff here together. But as I often say, until next time, ha en fin natt, mine venner.